Is it working? Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the COASTOUR conference. I'm Victoria, and I'm very happy to be your moderator today. Before we start, just a few quick notes. So everyone who joins online will be muted. So if you have any questions, just write them in the chat box. And for those who are here in the room with us, you can just raise your hand because we will have some time for questions and answers after every presentation. So for today, this morning, we will start with the welcome word, then we will continue with the COASTOUR project results. During the day, you will hear several sessions about sustainable tourism, green standards, reporting. We will hear success stories from different regions. We will also have a light lunch at noon, so we will welcome you at the venue to meet each other and talk about sustainable tourism. And later in the day, we will have closing remarks and discussion, so all of you are welcome. Let's start, and let's welcome our first speaker, Alan Vella, a project advisor from European Innovation Council and SMEs Executive Agency ASMEA, who will give the opening words. So, Alan, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning to you, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to the Lithuanian hosts, to the COASTOUR partners, to IJA in particular. Thank you very much. It's been an adventure which we have commenced together a few months ago now, and you are arriving to the very end of this project quite soon. So I'm happy to share some thoughts of mine with you here, but also keeping in mind, of course, the fact that unfortunately I could not be with you in Lithuania these particular days for other business events which I had. But when IJA invited me, of course, I was more than happy to be able to be with you, at least online. So what I'll do first thing is to share a bit my screen. Share. May I just ask you whether you are able to see the slide now? Yes, okay, thank you very much to the audience there. So, as I said, I thought of sharing some thoughts of mine this morning about the actual tourism context which we are in here in this particular event, but also my intention is to tell you a few words, first and foremost, about ASMEA, what we are as an agency of the EU, of course, but we are also dealing with project management context of the European Commission, and we also do a number of calls for proposals and tenders of the Commission, and one of them, of course, was that one upon which COASTOUR have managed to get their funding. So I'll start off with an overview of ASMEA first, so that will put a background to the context, but then I'll be speaking about what we do in terms of tourism and how your project, of course, fits into the wider perspective. So, in terms of ASMEA, be aware that we are one of the 6 executive agencies of the Commission that are all based in Brussels here, and under this MFF, the Multi-Annual Financial Framework, we have shared responsibilities with other agencies on specific topics. We ourselves, ESMEA, European Innovation Council, and SMEs Executive Agency, we deal with the EIC, with the European Innovation Council, and with SMEs. That's why there is that name of the agency there. So in terms of our project here, we're in the second part of the category with SMEs, because as you well know, even COASTOUR dealt quite closely with elements relating to SMEs, particularly through the FSTP mechanism. But as you can see, there are other agencies too of the Commission dealing with different contexts. HADEA, for instance, with the digital side, with the health side, the research side is dealt with through the European Research Executive Agency. Erasmus and what have you, those are dealt with through the EACEA, the last agency there. SINEA deals with life, etc., etc. So these are all agencies that deal with specific programs upon which funding is possible. And in terms of our agency, we deal with COSME, and we deal with nowadays SMP, because you should be aware that the actual ESMEA, which was previously EASME, is dealing primarily with single market program nowadays. This is, I'm emphasizing this because this is the part upon which funding has been obtained by yourselves through SMP. But we also deal with some funds coming from Horizon Europe, and then there's a substantial part coming from the EIC, through the EIC, but also some ERDF funds. We have a unit dealing with interregional innovation initiatives also. And just to give you an idea there, we have dealt with or are dealing with over 2,300 projects in total as an agency, and dealing with 1.9 billion euros of EU funds, which means more than 470 million of investments that there were, and this is only in 2021. So, I thought of telling you a bit about COSME first before going on to SMP. COSME is the predecessor of SMP, and as you can see, it was the program dealing with the MFF, the previous MFF of 2014 up to 2020. And COSME had 4 particular strands, as you are seeing them here: access to finance, access to markets, business environment, and entrepreneurship. Now, us and you are getting funding through the 3rd strand there, which is business environment, because that is the one dealing with SME policy, with competitiveness, with regulation, etc. And tourism falls under that particular strand. But of course, there are different areas also, which might also be of interest. I know that AIJA's agency is very active in Enterprise Europe Network too. That would be the 2nd strand, access to markets. But you also have access to finance, which is the loan guarantee facility and equity facility for growth. So there are funds to SMEs which get their funds through the EIF. And also, finally, there is the entrepreneurship strand, the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs. That's another very interesting action which we deal with at the level of the agency. That was COSME. Now we're in a single market program, and COASTOUR has obtained funds through this SMP, which is the multi-annual EU budget program starting off in 2021. So you were the first to benefit, among the first, I would say, to benefit out of such funds. And the total SMP budget is of 4.2 billion, with 1 billion euros dedicated to competitiveness of enterprises. Now, the SMP is the EU's funding program providing high-quality support to SMEs and entrepreneurs. That is why tourism fits into this perspective, because as you very well know, especially the partners of the project, we have placed a lot of emphasis on SMEs and entrepreneurs, even within your particular project, particularly through the FSTP mechanism. And I'll come back to that in a couple of slides later on, but just to give you an overview of the direction of the SME pillar of SMP, well, we seek to facilitate market access and to reduce administrative burden. We support the uptake of innovation and address global and societal challenges. And we also seek to foster a favorable business environment and entrepreneurial culture throughout the years of this particular program. So right now we're dealing with the legacy of COSME projects and the COSME program, but we're also, of course, dealing with projects as yours coming through the SME pillar of the Single Market Program. Now, that was a brief overview of the funding context, but I think what is more important and interesting for you is how does tourism fit into this particular context. So yes, we have had calls in through COSME and the SMP. We have had calls after your own particular funding also, and generally, the tourism calls nowadays tend to support always the twin transition of the SMEs towards a more sustainable practices, towards digitalization, and these are in line with the actions that were indicated in the Transition Pathway for Tourism and the Agenda for Tourism of 2030. There is a political direction nowadays that might go beyond this. It's in the offing, but that's not dealt by us. It's dealt by what was previously DigiGrow. Now it's DigiMove, that is the tourism unit of the Commission, because they deal with policy and we deal with specific actions, specific practical actions, and that's why your project, its responsibility falls upon us. Now, prior to 2019, we had a call focus on the development of tourism products, which was different. So before we used to emphasize products such as culture, such as the environment, such as specific sports, for instance, senior citizens, youths, etc. Nowadays, we have placed increasingly the emphasis on tourism SME growth. And between 2019 and 2023, you should be aware that we have funded directly 35 tourism projects. This meant 56 million euros dedicated to tourism projects, and 30 million out of those 56 have been allocated or are about to be allocated to more than 3,000 SMEs in the forms of grants via these projects. As you know, you have also funded some SMEs yourselves. Well, in total, we had over 3,000 SMEs benefiting out of our funds. Now, these figures can be interesting to you. They can be less interesting depending on your perspective. But what is important to keep in mind is that tourism funding is not only available through our calls, through these specific calls, but they go beyond. You can get tourism funding, of course, through Erasmus, through LIFE, through whichever other program you try to tap into the funds, because tourism is considered as a horizontal activity and it is common throughout. Now, in terms of the tourism calls from 2019 till 2023, we placed different emphasis according to the particular year. So in 2019, we had calls on sustainable tourism. In 2020, on digitalization. In 2021, which is your particular call, we have placed emphasis on emphasis on sustainable tourism following COVID. In 2022, the emphasis was on the twin transition and on creating ecosystems, specific ecosystems. And in 2023, we focused on the competitiveness and resilience of the ecosystems. And every year we finance different projects, as you can see, 6, 9, 10, 6, and 4, with different budgets. And that is, if you count all those different budgets, that is the total of 55 million euros, which I specified before. So as you can see, there were opportunities also for synergies, because in your call, for instance, you had 10 different projects, but you could have had synergies not only with your 10 projects, but with the other different projects from the other different years. Now, I said I will be speaking about FSTP because that's considered a very important element of the actual offer, the actual project which you have come up with yourselves, but it was common to all specific projects, not only yours. So this slide is showing, for instance, the total budgets which we had every year in the different years. That's the blue column there. It's the total budget, and the orange column shows you how much we dedicated to FSTP every year. So as you can see, a good chunk, let's say 50% plus, many times, is dedicated specifically to the SMEs. All those funds go directly to SMEs. You know this yourselves. I'm referring to the partners of the COASTOUR project, because you have also financed the different SMEs yourselves. Well, you can see that even your budget, for instance, let's say half of it, at times even more, was dedicated going specifically to the SMEs there. And on the right-hand side, you can see I said 50% before, but it varies, of course. So it started off with 47% in 2019, going up to 63% in 2022 there. Now, I have a couple of slides also just to give you a good idea about specifics, and here we broke down the participation of different partners per country. As you can see, tourism has benefited. I mean, different partners, different stakeholders in the different member states have benefited out of our calls. As you can see, there's a wide variety there of countries that benefited, and you are seeing, of course, the most popular would be Italy and Spain. It's always like that, of course, because we get a lot of interest from those countries. But it's also reassuring to see that practically all EU member states have benefited out of our funds, out of our tourism funds, because there's a widespread over there. And for the benefit of this presentation today, I'm highlighting Lithuania and Denmark. Lithuania, because they are the hosts of this particular conference, and Denmark, because they are the coordinator of this particular project. And there you're seeing that 5 consortia partners were benefiting out of our funds from Denmark, and 2 from Lithuania over those particular years, 2019 till 2023. Why am I emphasizing 2023? Because in 2024 there were no calls, but we are going to have calls soon, and I have a particular slide on that. I'll come back to that a bit later. This is also an interesting slide. Once again, I'm highlighting particularly Denmark and Lithuania here, but you can see also the subdivision of the different countries there, the EU member states. You can see here that in total 54 SMEs have been supported in Denmark financially, I mean, because there's also the non-financial support which is given, that is, they receive advice that is not included in these figures, but 54 and 50 in Lithuania have benefited, SMEs have benefited out of our FSTP funds, tourism FSTP funds. And you can see also the totals which were disbursed, 330,000 in Denmark and 193 in Lithuania. Once again, I repeat, you can see these as good figures, you can see these as modest figures, depending on your perspective, but it's also true that these funds reach startups, these funds reach small micro SMEs that see our funds as a lifeline sometimes, because they allow them to take that extra step to grow further and to dedicate themselves to activities which in their normal day-to-day life, because of their size, they usually do not have the possibility to tap into. What type of financial assistance do we give to the SMEs? This is another important slide. I've divided such type of financial assistance into 4 different areas, dealing with, for instance, capacity building, into private-public partnerships, into innovative management solutions, cooperation across the border, knowledge sharing. Then there's another strand we had, especially in the sustainability calls, the uptake of sustainability, certification costs. Yes, we have supported SMEs to take up sustainability programs, sustainability schemes, for instance, Green Key, Travel Life, etc. There have been projects that have focused on this particular area there. We also assist in terms of travel and accommodation costs, of course. And finally, a very important direction, of course, is the business side, business models, process models, market studies, the development and implementation and scaling up of particular tourism products to specialized software, technology solutions, the digital tools also. So the gamma has been quite wide, as you can see there, and the SMEs could choose, depending on this trend, depending on the project also, which are the areas of interest to their particular business, and we have assisted them accordingly in such development. And this is more or less my final slide. I said before that I was focusing up to 2023. That's because in 2024 we did not have a call. But the good news is that we have calls around the corner coming up. We have 2. One of them is expected around the end of this year or early 2026, and that would be the one dealing with supporting the sustainable competitiveness of tourism SMEs. But it will also be followed in 2026 by an additional call focusing on female entrepreneurs and focusing on encouraging the development of startups. And the envisaged budgets for both calls is in the region of 13 million euros in total. You can see 6.9 in 2025 and 4 in 2026. And these actions, of course, are expected to reinforce the competitiveness of tourism stakeholders. Once again, emphasis will be on SMEs, and to boost innovation, resilience, sustainability, and quality along the different tourism value chain. Because this is important, it's true Brussels jargon, but in truth, we place a lot of emphasis on innovation, on resilience, on sustainability, on quality. Here, as you can see, there is not much emphasis on digitalization because that will not be the focus of these particular calls, especially the first one. But in truth, the twin transition is extremely important, and of course, the digitalization context can also be included within a context of innovation, resilience, and quality. So those are the calls that are upcoming there. As I said, we have these calls which should be interesting in providing additional financing in the coming years and months, actually, because one of them should be around the corner in a couple of months. And before thanking you for your attention, I'd like to tell you that unfortunately I have some other meetings this morning, so I will not be able to stay with you throughout the whole conference, but I'll stay initially in the background, of course, and I'll be happy to understand a bit better some results coming out of this project. As you know, the project will have to send the report at the end of the co-financing period, but it's good that in this final event, I'll also get a good flavor from Aija and from her counterparts, the different partners, about the different project results which you have achieved over the past months. So thank you very much for your attention. And once again, thank you also to the COASTOUR partners and to the Lithuanian hosts for this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Alan. Do we have any questions in the chat box or on site? Yes.
Hello, Alan. Zaya. If I may ask you to come with maybe your, I don't know, ambition or a dream. You know, the new MFF proposal have been published by the von der Leyen, and there is huge ambition for the competitiveness of the industry, of SMEs, for the upcoming MFF period. How do you think the support services towards the tourism industry will look in this new competitiveness period between 28 to 34, if you would, based on your experience and all the years you have been in the industry, like, will the services, type of services gonna change if we have to look more towards innovation and supporting investment and this kind of things? Or will we see the green transition still in the upcoming? But again, just based on your feeling or how you see maybe it's gonna come out in the upcoming period based on what is currently being published.
Yes, well, SMEs have been and will remain a central part of the trust of the Commission. This is something which I think is pretty obvious because the industry, the businesses, European businesses, are made up predominantly, over 90%, by SMEs. So it is, of course, very logical to believe also within the framework of the political lines that have been indicated already that SMEs will continue to be one of the center figures of our European policy. You mentioned innovation. Innovation, of course, becomes increasingly crucial because the competition increases from outside Europe, and we always need to find ways and means to improve on our innovation and to improve especially also on our competitiveness, because that is a particular area which will allow the European SMEs to grow even further. From our side, as I said, I'm representing the agency here, EISMEA, and we're dealing with the specifics of projects here, funding people like you, of course, who believe in a particular trust, a particular direction, and you come up together with other partners from different European member states to come up with an interesting project which could help you grow, which could help you assist others to grow also, and which could help your partners to understand better the European dimension, because you also grow by understanding what the others are doing through the understanding of good practices that are taking place in different countries. So it's a learning process, as I see it. It's a learning process which will take time, which will continue to be important. Yes, I believe that competitiveness will be featuring strongly also in the coming years. And that is, I think, a good sign also for Europe's SMEs and Europe's startups, because that's an indication that additional funding opportunities will be also available.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? If not, then let's continue. So now I invite Aya Konyshevska-Azadi to present COASTOUR project presentation, results, and impact.
Perfect. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aya, and I'm Senior Project Manager at the North Denmark EU office, and we are coordinator of the project COASTOUR, focusing on sustainable and resilient transformation of the coastal tourism industry, and coastal due to the partners that we gathered on board. We are ourselves from the northern part of Denmark, along coastal line all the way through. We have Slovenian partners from Copper, Klaipeda that is on board, Ravenna represented from Italy, and Azores from Portugal. Tapping into what Ellen already presented, if that I'll do. No, I don't know. This one. Yes, tapping into what Ellen already presented, that where the project comes from, where the idea comes from, and how the ISMEA and Single Market Program actually supporting tourism industry. We have to look upon the Tourism Agenda 2030, that was also on the Ellen slides, and the 5 strategic priorities that back in 2022, where the single market countries came together and have a commitment towards how in post-pandemic time we can support the tourism industry. And it was the 5 areas, both enabling the cooperation on the policy and governance side across the countries, supporting green transition, digital transition, resilience and inclusion, resilience especially due to the COVID, post-pandemic and other crises where the tourism SMEs has to be resilient to survive and have a business model that is strong enough to survive even though the crisis appears. And skills and transition, this is where also other programs like Erasmus Plus is supporting that we have to upskill, reskill the tourism industry. People working, we have people that are working only for the season, so they have to also have the relevant skills in this new, more digital and green area that tourism SMEs also have to present on that part. Doesn't work. Oh, no, wrong way. Maybe. It comes. Back in 22, it was published the Tourism Transition Pathway, actually showing the way for the tourism industry how in the post-pandemic time they can both address the areas to become more resilient on the other time. Green and digital transition as well as skills, just like the tourism agenda was strong part of that. But besides that, there was a strong need if we want to share best practices, if we want to share data across the countries, we need a common platform where to do that, because most of the countries, we have our own national tools, our own regional platforms to collect the data, to share the practices, to share the projects. So here came the proposal that there is need for a common platform to share the best practices tools to be applied on the European level. So we can be even stronger, so we can learn from each other, both best practices but also mistakes, to build upon that. And what the platform actually offers is also a great tourism dashboard that you can apply to check on your green, digital, and socio-economic data. And these are the data actually exactly for the Lithuania. Some of the countries, they have even the regional opportunities to look upon the data, how they are performing within the tourism area on the green, digital, and socioeconomic data. And if you go more into the details, there are specific data that mainly is based from the Eurostat, supporting each of the sectors that you, as both as destination, as a research institution, as tourism company, you can use strategically to see, okay, how we are performing compared to the national or regional level. Are we below or over the average? Again, to know where you are in it. It's a great tool and is part of the platform that I mentioned. The platform itself, besides the dashboard, it also provides actually the policy framework. So all the key insights, policy documents that you can even go on the national and country level to see upon what is relevant in my country. It also provides the pledges. So pledges is the countries and organizations that have expressed their interest to support the specific areas to support the tourism ecosystem. So green transition or digital transition, innovation, resilience. There are best practices and projects. COASTOUR is also published in there, as well as other projects that have been funded by the ASMEA Smart Tourism and Networking Platform. So opportunity to reach out to other project coordinators, other organizations. If you're building a new project, is a great place actually to find your upcoming partners in it. And finally, there is even the funding and support section. So you can actually have the newest overview, which kind of calls and funding opportunities are available for the tourism sector. So one stop for all the knowledge on the European level on tourism. And yeah, I checked also for Lithuania, there's a lot of articles, policy documents, projects that are in there that you can easily find out if that's what you're looking for. Then today we're gonna talk also about how projects, just as COASTOUR, is supporting SMEs willing to apply for sustainability certification schemes to not only be the ones that might state on their homepage, we are green, sustainable, but have actual proof that they can put like a branding thing on their homepage, in their mails, to use it strategically to attract more tourists and clients to the industry. And there is also EU eco-label catalog where you can actually search across the countries and across different types of organizations what are the ones that have already acquired the EU flower or EU eco-label as we call it. So this is also the way how they are being promoted through EU channels as campings and cottages, hostels and so on. So now I will start with the COASTOUR. Yes, the main aim of the project that we were searching for, it was to the fact that there are a lot of certification schemes. You know that very well. I mean, we're starting from some national, for example, in Denmark, we have a SWAN, or it's across the Nordic countries being applied. There's eco-label, there's green key, there's ISO certifications, you name it, and I know that most of you even have your own national certification schemes. If you are a smaller tourism company and you're starting from the scratch, okay, what should I choose? What is the certification scheme most available for me or relevant for me, also based on what we have already done? What have we already achieved? Are we sorting our waste? Is that something that being already covered by some of the schemes? So we maybe are already 20% on the way to achieve one of the schemes. So when you're starting from the scratch, of course, you have this like a huge choice of different certification schemes. And what should we go for? Should we be more ambitious, less ambitious? What is the relevant? So in the project, we said the main aim is actually for SMEs, for us to uncover and help them to find out what is the scheme that maybe we are closest to based on the practices we have already introduced in our organization. So it's a benchmarking tool that every tourist SME is able to do on their own. Is self-assessment tool. So you don't need to pay for an expensive consultant to sit next to you and find out that you have to go for a green key. This is something that, based on your own assessment, what have you done, you can see the benchmarking, how close you are to achieve a specific scheme. So this was the main target of the project, and besides that, we want to fund at least 80 tourism SMEs with a grant, the third-party support grants, across the 5 countries involved in the project. Who we are? As I already mentioned, we are 5 countries. We have 2 destination management organizations from Denmark and from Portugal. We have a university from Slovenia that was really expert to help us with the certification schemes and development of the tool, and 4 business support organizations. First of the results is, of course, the grants. Out of the target of 80 SMEs that we were aiming to achieve, we actually granted 84. Because some of the SMEs were applying for smaller amount of money, so we could use it for more than 80 grants. The division across the countries is 20 in Italy, 19 in Denmark, 18 in Slovenia, 14 in Portugal, and 13 in Lithuania. And when we look into what kind of support and services they were applying the grants they received, so mainly is capacity building and training, is coaching, mentoring, and advisory services that was granting amount used for. And then secondly, there was a greening equipment, solutions, as well as participation in the events and engaging in certification schemes that the grants were used for. Besides that, what also Alan mentioned, we had a lot of SMEs that we supported non-financially by helping them with advisory support, both to build their capacity, to actually know what kind of schemes are in there, to support them to look at their business plans and business models, how they can work with that, coaching and advisory services, market studies, and advertising and marketing services that we also provided besides the grant amounts being given. Now to the tool. The tool is free, available to everyone to try and test out, to use your data, and is measuring across the mentioned certification schemes, where in reality, when you start your self-assessment and you answer a lot of questions that are all the questions across the certification schemes being put together, and it gives you the benchmarking towards the certification schemes mentioned. So at the end of this survey, you can see how far percentage-wise you are to achieve and be eligible to apply for each of these schemes. So it gives you actually overview that maybe some of the schemes you're already 90% there. So it doesn't require that much to achieve it. And as mentioned, is freely available to everyone. So feel free to try it out and see if it's something that could support your own sustainability journey. And at the end, I want to also mention that currently there is the discussion and gathering of the opinions on the upcoming strategy for sustainable tourism to 2026. And what is already being put up in there is that there are huge challenges currently with the overcrowding of the tourism spots. Yeah. All of us saw Spain and the issues that the tourists were having the water gun streams because they were visiting some of the towns. So there are countries that actually have cities who are challenged because of the high streams of the tourism and how we can move the tourism flows towards more rural areas like Klaipeda, like most of the rural areas in Denmark along the coastline. What could we do to make it more attractive, right? Again, digital and green skills is in there, as well as sustainable practices. How could we improve the cross-border mobility? Because, of course, when we come into the rural areas, there are still some challenges with transportation opportunities that is difficult to get around if you don't have the airport nearby. So how could we support higher connectivity across the countries? Besides that, it's usually being managed by the specific region or within the national borders. And at the end, competitiveness. That is the new ambitious word that comes across all the industries, not only the tourism. And it's about that we have to strengthen the single market within the Europe. So not only looking for the tourists from China and other countries, but to see how can we strengthen our own tourism SMEs and support that the tourism industry is growing based on internal mechanisms. So let's see what comes up, because currently is still in the open consultancy on this new 2026 ambition. But it's already, I would say, ambitious, and the right words that looks within this, what is being put in here, it's also quite connected to the calls that was published by the Ellen that we will be able to apply for. And that was it. And if you want to read more about the COASTOUR, there's a link, and I'm pretty sure the slides will be shared.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Aya. Do we have any questions for Aya in the chat box or in the room? No? Okay, thank you. Now I would like to welcome Aiste Andriulė, Director of MB Klaipeda Projects, to present green standards for sustainable tourism, from certification to everyday impact.
Hello everyone, my name is Aiste Andriulė. I'm a researcher at Klaipeda University at the Marine Research Institute, and also I'm a founder at a small company called Klaipeda Project that focus on sustainability and innovations. Today I'm very happy that I can talk about a very important topic, and the topic that become more and more important every day, and this is green standards for sustainable tourism. Today I will share some presentations. I will share my thoughts about international certification systems such as Green Key that helps businesses, that help companies to make a real big difference in our everyday lives, to reduce the ecological footprint, the environmental impact. Why we need to talk about this topic? Because sustainability in tourism is no longer just a trend. It's our responsibilities. It's our responsibilities for our future generations, for our communities. Here you can see some certification labels, but I added just a few because we have much more. There are plenty of them. Some, like Travel Life or Green Key, are designed for tourism or hospitality services. Others, like Green Restaurants certification, is more for restaurant services, while B Corp certification applies more broadly to social and environmental responsibilities. But today I want to talk about Green Key certifications. You know, when someone, businessmen or businesswomen, say me, you know, sustainability is more about spending money than having a real benefits. You know, I them always say, okay, let's imagine for a while. You are running a hotel, and you have 1,000 visitors at the same time. And one visitor flushed the toilet, and the flushes is 6 liters. How much will you spend? It's about 6,000 liters. But if one flush has 7 liters or 8 liters, how much more will you spend? So it's about 1,000 or 2,000 more. And this is a money. And sustainability and Green Key certification is not about spending money. It's about saving your money. Of course, when you start business or you start companies, you need to do investments. Same here. You need to invest a little bit, but then you will save your money. Green Key certification. Green Key program was established by Foundation for Environmental Education. Now, today, we have about 8,000 establishments in over 90 countries all around the world. And it doesn't matter what size or what type of company you have. There's a version for Green Key certification. Let's have a look closer. If you run a hotel, that means your activity must be officially registered as a hotel, and you must have more than 15 bedrooms. Then you can apply for a Green Key certification as a hotel. But if you have less than 15 rooms, and your activity is registered as a, for example, guest house, you also can reach a Green Key certification, but as a small accommodation. Same with the restaurants and conference centers. They also can get Green Key certification. But there is one very important thing that conference centers and restaurants can't be a part of any other recommendations. Okay, so here is some Green Key criteria. We have 13 criteria, and this is staff involvement, engaging employees in sustainability actions, environmental management, having clear policies and plans, guest informations, educating visitors about eco-friendly practices, water and energy efficiency, washing and cleaning, food and beverage, waste management, administration, indoor environment, green activities for guests, and corporate social responsibility. All these together show how the business works responsible and continuously improves its environmental performance. I will show you some examples. Each criteria has a group of requirements. So the criteria environmental management has 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 requirements. Some of them are marked in green, and that means that those criteria are imperative criteria, essential criteria. That means the company that wants to get the first time Green Key certification, they must to meet all those in green color marked criteria. For example, this criteria that the establishment calculates its carbon footprint using a carbon measurement tool is only for hotel and hostels. And other type of establishments, they have just more like recommendation, but not a strict obligation. Very important to say that guideline criteria is criteria that company doesn't need to match for the first time they try to achieve the Green Key certification. But they are expecting to increase guideline criteria in every year. For example, I added a small table at the corner of the slide, so you can see that for the second year, the company must to meet at least 5% of guideline criteria. And the main idea is that the company must have a person who is responsible for environmental management. And usually this is sustainability and environmental manager. And this manager must to make sure that all staff, all employees are involved into sustainability processes. And sustainability is a part of everyday life, but not just formality. Same with staff involvement, as I told you, that environmental management manager must to make sure that all employees are involved. Guests must be informed and involved into sustainability processes. And have a look closer to water. This is the last example of requirements and criteria. As I told you at the beginning, that having a green key certification is more about saving money than spending money. Look at those requirements. The company, for example, must to meet those criteria, like newly purchased toilets have 6 liters dual flush. Water flow in at least 75% of the taps must not exceed 8 liters per minute. So all those requirements is about saving the company's money. There are much more, but I don't want to talk about all of them because they are easily reached on internet, but I added a QR code there. You can just scan and you have a PDF document for all the requirements and all the criteria. Okay, so let's take a quick look at how the Green Key certification works. It starts with preparation. When the business begins implementing sustainable practices. Once ready, the company fills out the application form and submits all documents. Then, an on-site audit is carried out by a certified Green Key auditor. In Lithuania, we have Renaldas Rimavičius. I will show you his photo later. And finally, if all requirements are met, the establishment receives the Green Key certification, which is valid for 1 year and renewed annually. But before you start your application processes, I will recommend just to do your self-assessment, to fill in a self-assessment form. If your answers is 75% as yes, then you can start your application processes. And this is Renaldas Rimkevičius. I talked with him. He's very nice, very warm, very kindly person. So you can connect, businesses can connect straight to him. And how much Green Key certification costs is depends on the country. In Lithuania, it's about €200 and €3 for 1 room. So if you have 1,000 rooms, so €200 plus €3 for 1 room. Okay, and what kind of benefits you can get? So let's start from the bottom. Of course, this is a high quality certification. This is a non-profit and affordable. 200 is not a lot in comparison to other certifications where it can be 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 and much more. 30 years of experience and continuous support. This is international program with local support. In Lithuania, we have Renaldas Rimkevičius. And of course, this program is globally recognized. And you can get a promotion and visibility. Certified establishments are promoted through Green Key's website, social media, and global travel platforms, increasing visibility. So why should we aim to meet green standards? Sustainability is not a goal, as our previous speaker said. This is a journey. It's a journey that shapes a better future for both businesses and the planet. So, thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you can ask me, or you can call to the number straight to the Renaldas Rimkevičius and ask him every question that is interesting you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Aiste. Do we have any questions for Aiste in the chat box or in the room? Yes.
I'm sorry that maybe you haven't been thinking about that data, but do you know how many Green Key certified organizations are here in Lithuania? Or yeah.
I tried to find, but I found only 3, but maybe there is more.
So there's huge potential.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. And now let's welcome Vitalia Uzelaite, a legal advisor, law firm Wyden Legal, to present the future of sustainability reporting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody from sunny Klaipeda. I hope you all feel great. I'm on a journey, a complicated and complex journey, a maze as I call it, the maze of sustainability. Imagine you find yourself in this maze. In the maze of regulation, legal terms, changes. It can be difficult, confusing, and tired. Dear all, I help you to find a way out of it. I'm here to help you to find a way of it, and I'm going to share today first regulations, second examples, third we will discuss how to avoid greenwashing. Let's begin with the European Green Deal. It is a combination of different policies, and it's played an important role in connecting politics, business, science, and law. The European Commission intends and expects to improve the well-being of people and future generations. The question is how? It provides fresh air, clean water, healthy soil, and biodiversity. Renovated energy-efficient buildings, healthy and affordable food, more public transport, cleaner energy, and technological innovations. Longer-lasting products that can be repaired, recycled, and reused. During the 2024 elections, there was much discussion about the future of the European Green Deal. The mood what dominated in 2019 elections changed. The European citizen calls for support for ambitious climate and environmental policies. In 2024, other issues appeared, such as migration, security, and economic stability. However, the climate situation has not changed. Let's dive into priority goals of the European Green Deal. First, net zero emissions on greenhouse gases by 2050. Second, build your economy without overusing natural resources. And third, no one is left behind. The European deal covers the following sector and areas in its regulatory part: energy, transport, climate and emissions, land and animals, water, chemicals and pollution, waste, products and materials, consumer goods, reporting, financing, and funding. It's important for everybody, and nobody is outside. 1 year ago, Mario Draghi, the famous former European Central Bank president, presented the report titled EU Competitiveness Looking Ahead. In his report, Mario Draghi begins by describing the starting point of today's Europe. And one of the key messages in the report is, Europe has reached the point where without actions, we will have to either compromise our welfare, our environment, and our freedom. Just compromise. Mario Draghi talks about 4 challenges. Number 1, the European Union has great innovation capacity, but one third of its companies, unicorns, are moving outside of the European Union, to the United States, Asia, and other continents. Why is this so? Well, to regulatory, financial, and other barriers. Second, balancing with competitiveness. Decarbonization is necessary and can increase competitiveness if well managed. Number 3, the European Union is invited to encourage more investment and change decision-making, regulate less, and make it easier to implement. Number 4, economic security. We need to reduce economic pressure from the third countries. In response to the Mario Draghi report, on January 29th this year, the Competitiveness Compass was presented by President Ursula von der Leyen. This is a strategic direction for the European Commission to become a place where future technologies and clean products are developed and to become the first climate-neutral continent. Could the European Commission proposals damage the European Green Deal goals? We need changes due to the geopolitical situation. Carbon emission reductions target remains a priority. European Green Deal and Competitiveness Compass, strategic evolution or a step backwards. European Green Deal remains relevant and continues to promote climate neutrality, but priorities are being reviewed. Let's consider the Competitiveness Compass in greater detail. The aim is to do through 3 pillars imperatives and 5 horizontal actions to increase and support competitiveness. Shall we look to the slide? 3 pillars: reduce the innovation gap, reduce carbon emissions and increase competitiveness, reduce dependence and increase its resilience and security. And 5 horizontal actions: simplify, strengthen, finance, skills and high quality workplace, increase coordination. The aim of the Competitiveness Compass is to strengthen the European Green Deal. The question is how? First, support technology and innovation, increase investment. Second, address the sensitivity of the supply chain in energy and raw materials. Third, simplify the regulatory environment so that business actions are directed towards climate change. And fourth, incorporate climate goals into the competitiveness agenda. Let's turn now to the next steps the European Commission has done since the announcement of the Competitiveness Compass. The main task is to reduce the European Union requirements and boost competitiveness, but still keep the Europeans' economic, social, governance, and environmental goals. These goals are more important than ever and aren't going anywhere. This could be done by omnibus, to simplify and do more for friendly environment for business. Time flies, we are meeting new reality. Don't be frightened by this text. We will not analyze every single text. That we should understand. Omnibus doesn't start and end only with sustainability. Briefly, these are the areas defined by Omnibus that are affected by the European Commission review. Simplifying the requirements. What does this really mean? Till now, we have suggestion to simplify not only sustainability requirements. It is about investment, agriculture, digitalization in processes, defense, and chemicals. Let's turn now to ESG and regulation with questions. What, why, and how? What goes with ESG and means framework of criteria, environmental, social, and governance. Why is the legal mechanism for the companies and their mandatories to report about their ESG performance? And how is the guidelines how to report ESG information? ESG as environmental, social, and governance is what? CSRD as corporate sustainability directive reporting directive is why, and ESRS is European Sustainability Reporting Standard is how. And the first leg of the journey, regulation. And now let's dive into sustainability regulation and how it's changing after the Competitiveness Compass and Omnibus. Please pay attention to the colors because they are important. So blue color represents the last changes with Omnibus. Briefly, the EU taxonomy is a regulation that defines which with economy activities can be considered environmentally sustainable. It can be seen as classification system or green activities dictionary. Its main purpose is to direct capital towards projects that help reduce climate change, increase resource efficiency, and protect the environment. What's new in this year? On the 4th of July, the European Commission adopted a delegated act what amends the taxonomy regulation delegated acts. The changes are part of the Omnibus First package to reduce the regulatory burden on entities in the European Union. The goal is simplify reporting templates, give more time to prepare, less burden and rules. The amendments will be reviewed by the Parliament and Council for 4 months, which can be increased to 6, and will only take effect once published in the official journal. This means we are waiting for the final result. CSRD. Question why? The main aim of the CSRD is to drive accountability and transparency while promoting sustainable practices and investments. Companies will need to report on a different of ESG metrics, giving customers and investors an all-access view on their sustainability agenda. Omnibus changes approved of 2 laws, but it's not done in the whole view. There is no information about criteria. First, we know about delay for 2 years, and we know about some exemption for the first wave companies which reported for 2024. Under the Omnibus, all small and medium entities, listed or not, become out of scope for mandatory reporting. The European Commission is categorical about the number of employees. Only 1,000 employees can ensure a reduction in the administrative burden of at least 30%, and for small and medium entities up to 35%. This is much debate about the criteria which companies should fit within the scope of the CSRD. Currently, the number of employees and turnover are being discussed. As you can see in the slide, the number of employees goes from 250 under the current rules to 3,000 under a Council proposal. Next to it, you can see how many companies would be covered by rules depending on the number of employees. On October 8th this year, the European institution agreed that companies less than 1,000 employees will not have to follow the CSRD. However, they still disagree on the financial limit. Commission proposes a 50 million euro turnover threshold, while the Council and the Parliament support a much higher 450 million euros threshold. The European Central Bank sees additional risks that banks will continue to be subject to requirements regarding climate change targets, and that reducing volumes will increase the risk of not achieving European Green Deal targets. The scope of CSRD and medium-sized companies from 500 to 1,000 employees should report using simplified standards. Are you ready for one more regulation? May we go? So we look at what, why, and now we have the third question, and it was how. The standards provide a format for guidance on what ESG information needs to be reported and how it should be organized to achieve consistency. And Omnibus, of course, it needed to simplify. And now we are waiting for the last decision. The European Commission should get the last version due by 30 November this year. EFRAG, European Financial Reporting Advisory Group, has proposed on 31st of July that reduction in mandatory data points is about 57%. and reduction in overall documentation level is about 55%. Of course, we also have the European Central Bank opinion. When reviewing standards, keep risks in mind, especially for important parts of climate and biodiversity, as they are very important when we look at the impact of physical and transition risks. If the company is small or medium-sized and does not meet the TCRD Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive criteria, it is recommended to prepare information in accordance with voluntary standards for small and medium entities in order to meet the requirements of large companies, partners, and banks. EFRAG delivered the SME standard to the Commission in December 2024. And now we have adopted an official recommendation from European Commission regarding to use voluntary standard for small and medium entities, and this was adopted on the 30th July this year. It seems a lot, it's amazing. And I will guide through this table. The first blue column themes by European Sustainability Reporting Standards. Second and third green columns by voluntary standards for small and medium entities. And the last column explains differences between ESRS and the SME standards. Here's a summary of key differences between those standards. As you see, the SME keeps the same structure as the ESRS. The first block of general information is about the company, about strategies, policy, future initiatives, and other information which is important for sustainability reporting. Second huge block is about environmental part, climate, pollution, water, biodiversity, ecosystems, resource use with circular economy. The third, not so less, and it's about social part, employees, human rights, societies, and everything that we need to disclose about the social issues. And the fourth, the last, is less to disclose, but it's not worth less, it's business ethics. And let's consider the SME in greater detail. This is a voluntary framework for non-listed small and medium entities with simplified approach to sustainability reporting. The SME has two models that entity can use to prepare its sustainability reporting. Basic model is the target approach for micro undertakings and constitutes a minimum requirements for other companies. And second model is comprehensive model, sets data points in addition to disclosures which are likely to be requested by banks, investors, and corporate client of the entity on the top of basic model. The second leg of a journey, examples. And now let's dive into sustainability closer to the travel sector. Sustainable tourism ensures the following: how to balance environmental, social culture, and economic development. It secures long-term benefits for destinations and communities. We can talk about three key points. First, protects the environment by conserving natural resources, biodiversity, and ecological processes. Second, respects local cultures, heritage, traditions, and fosters intercultural understanding. And the third, supports inclusive economic growth with fair benefits, stable jobs, and poverty reduction. So, what does travel sector include? Well, I think you know, of course, better than me. And we have hotels, we have travel agencies, transport operators, local societies, and others. Okay, it's the restaurants, cafes, and more businesses related and connected with tourism. I grouped companies from previous slide on the use of the standards. It depends on how big company is through those criteria, employees and turnover. This is my recommendation what standard to use. One more recommendation is to pay attention to qualitative and quantitative indicators and select information that is relevant to a company operating in the tourism sector. The SMEs offers a simplified but trusted way for tourism's small and medium entities to report on key issues and not worry about the complexity of the EU reporting. The main focus should be, first, carbon footprint, second, biodiversity impact, third, water consumption, fourth, energy consumption, and fifth, fair labor practices. One figure, and it is important, 6.5%. What travel and tourism contributes to overall global green gas emissions. While the sector's emissions intensity has steadily fallen since 2010, we must start decreasing tourism sector absolute emissions because we need to achieve net zero by 2050. Sustainable tourism in Europe needs collaboration, innovation, and long-term planning, and also clear strategies and strong commitment. The success formula requires strong stakeholders engagement, collaboration among authorities, businesses, communities, and tourists. Second, clear long-term strategies, integrating tourism with urban planning, climate action, and monitoring frameworks. Third, adequate funding and resources. The European Union, national, local, financing plus support for small and medium entities. Fourth, innovation and digital tools, data-driven management, smart mobility, and solutions like app. And the third, luck of the journey. I have a question. What is greenwashing? Okay. Okay, I'll help you with the answer. When green claims are made without justification or are misleading, consumers lose the opportunity to make informed decisions, and honest companies face unfair competition. Such practices not only undermine confidence in green claims, but also harm the whole market as a whole. Let's look at regulation and a few examples of what could be relevant in the tourism sector. The main rule mainly applies to business to consumers context, but it also covers business to business when products are meant for resale to consumers. Companies must not use broad environmental claims like organic, sustainable, green, or climate neutral, unless we can fully prove them. You also can't say a product has a neutral, reduced, or positive environment impact just because you offset greenhouse emissions. And this applies to everything a company publishes, whether it's written, spoken, or voluntary communication. The latest news. On the 25th September this year, the European Commission approved a new regulation. It explains how quarantine labels should look and what information they must include for both legal and commercial product guarantees. This new regulation works together with the Empowering Consumers Directive. Its goal is to help consumers better understand their rights, make more sustainable choices, and encourage the market for longer-lasting products. It will come into force in October 22 this year and will apply from September 27 next year. Here you can see the European Union's data showing why this regulation is needed. 55% of green claims misleading and unfounded information. Half of all green labels offer weak or not existing verification. We are missing transparency. It was meant to work together with the previous law, making sure environmental claims are based on science, verified by independent experts, and supported by clear, consistent labeling. But unfortunately, the law was cancelled right at the end. The European Consumer Directive, Empowering Consumer Directive, focuses on protecting consumers by banning misleading and or confusing claims, green claims, and Green Claims Directive focuses on protecting environmental integrity by setting clear standards what can be confirmed. The future of the Green Claims Directive is uncertain. The pause was due to concern that the rules would place too much burden on small businesses, but the directive has not been formally withdrawn yet. I'll give you some examples and will be more clear. Please pay attention to the text in the slide. Travel agency misleads consumers by advertising a sustainable trip to exotic countries when flights have a particularly high carbon footprint. This means hide significant damage. One more example, Green Hotel. This claims mislead consumers because it gives the impression that hotels' overall environmental impact is significantly reduced, when in reality the hotel's activities remain polluting. It could be energy consumption, water use, food supply. One more example, climate neutral flights, when the airline only offsets the emission from its office operation, not the carbon emitted during the entire flight. This claim is misleading because it gives consumers the impression that the entire flight is climate neutral. Made from recycled material, not disclose that it contains a significant proportion of new non-recycled material. Statement that may mislead consumers. Made from recycled material, but it's not disclosed that it contains a significant proportion of new non-recycled materials, or that the recycling process itself requires a lot of energy and contributes to carbon dioxide emissions. Let's go through the good ones. This is a positive claim because from 100% recycled plastic bottles and all part of the bottle, cap, labels, and other are fully recyclable. This statement is confirmed by a certificate from a trusted organization. Consumes energy efficiently, reducing energy consumption by up to 40%. The claim is based on comparison with previous models, confirmed by independent energy efficiency test, and it is approved. One more example about good practices using claims and how the claim is approved with a good performance. The clothing brand says, eco-friendly cotton grown using 70% less water. And the consumer is explained how exactly 70% less water is used, and calculation and reports from recent years are provided. The green color is used on shampoo package, but not information about environmental benefits. Good practice is to use official certified labels such as the European Union Eco Label, along with an explanation of the criteria the product meet and who certified it. Of course, we can find more good and bad examples. Time flies, and we will find a lot of interesting situations and examples in the future practice. And so that completes the presentation. And if you take just one thing from this talk, take this. Europe still has a big goals about decarbonization, competitiveness, and security. Why is sustainability still important for business and for us? Because about 70% of investors say that sustainability indicators influence their decisions. And we can find a way out from this maze. Just contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vitalia. Do we have any questions for Vitalia? Yes?
I actually was wondering, because you as a company working usually between the small, middle-sized enterprises and the requirements being up in there, and you also introduced all the omnibus and simplification. I mean, when you work with the clients, with SMEs that should provide the data, still, even if it's voluntary, but to live up to the criteria and sustainability data, and it have been simplified, but we do know it's still quite a large Excel sheet that they have to fill in, even though voluntary and it have been simplified. So I don't know, do you see from your expertise and point of view, there are still some places potential to do it even more easy without compromising the climate goals, but still that reporting could be done more easily for the small, middle-sized enterprises and the mid-caps?
I think voluntary standards is already the first step. What is simplified requirements? And if we will go through those requirements, they are really simply to understand. Because EFRAG presenting templates to help those companies to fill. And there is no double materiality, there is no risk assessment. For example, the first step, what is the most difficult to report for those companies. And just to have some data, it's not so difficult, I think. And I think EFRAG is helping by presenting templates and with explaining how to do it. Thank you.
Any more questions? Or maybe in the chat box? No? Okay. So thank you. And now I would like to invite you all to the venue for a coffee break and to have a light lunch and to meet each other, network with each other. And for the ones who are online, we will see you at 12:45 local Lithuanian time or Eastern European summer time. Thank you. So, welcome back everyone to the COASTOUR conference. I hope you all had a lovely lunch. So, let's continue. We will start now with the COASTOUR success stories, testimonials from tourism SMEs succeeding to receive EU grants. And we will start with the Danish case. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for listening to this story from Denmark. We are situated in an island called Fur, which is a very small island, and it is a very small campsite which is owned by Bettina and Brian, and they applied for the COASTOUR funding to get the EU Ecolabel certification. Brian and Bettina have owned the campsite since 2010, and it's a very small campsite with only between 2 and 10 employees, a few more in high season. For some reason, I can't shift the slides, so yeah. The COASTOUR budget, they got 9,000 in grant, and they spent that money on some water saving measures, consultancy, and an application fee. Next slide, please. The timeline of the project was approximately 9 months from when I was first approached, and we had a type of project where there were some meetings, then we had the application process, and then we had the certification process. As you can see, there's a lot of details. We had 5 meetings in person, and we had a lot of communication. It is a heavy process to go for an EU Ecoflower. Next slide, please. Where we will deep dive some of the challenges. Just one stop, and that is from the pre-assessment, and that is that we had a meeting with the EU office in Aalborg, where they had to map Fur camping. And I was lucky enough to go to that meeting, which gave me a lot of insights into the campsite, which I didn't know at that time. If you don't know this self-assessment tool, it's fantastic. At that time, it was more like an interview, but now it's actually an online tool. And at the end of it, you get the how you matched the client, the campsite, the industry, whatever, how they matched a lot of different types of certification. Brilliant tool, highly recommend it. But it gave me a lot of insights into the campsite as well, at what level they were at, and especially which questions they did not understand, gave me some insights. So the next slide, please. That is the key challenges that we faced doing, sorry, the previous one. Yeah. Sorry, next slide. The key challenges going for this certification I have listed as coming into 4. The understanding of the criteria, and this is definitely compared to other types of certification. We faced a lot of challenges just reading the criteria. Time and resources, it is heavy in both. Knowledge and insights, and then the documentation. All levels of the certification. The next slide, we will deep dive. As you can see, this is the certification. It's a paper version. There was no platform as such. To get the certification, you have to meet 22 mandatory criteria, if relevant, for this campsite. And then out of 45 voluntary criteria, we had to meet 26 in order to get the certification. I think we ended up achieving 30 points, but we actually sat down, looked through all the pages, made notes, colors, which criteria was easy, what did we have to look at, what was really heavy for the EU eco-label of flower is its EU language and references. There was no certification platform. We had to design our own application system, and that can be a bit challenging at first, because at what level do we actually start? The next slide will show us how we, as you can see, the 4.5 months, which is the application timeline, was almost full time, especially for Brian and Bettina. They closed the campsite end of September, and by then we had started hosting meetings. And then when the campsite was winter closed, that was almost full-time certification work. They went away on holiday at mid-November, and that was very challenging, getting the motivation back after the holiday and the Christmas period. Luckily, we had the deadline for the COASTOUR. We had to deliver the final results, and we had to submit the application. Otherwise, I am not certain that we had actually ever met going for the application. Even though I say it's 4.5 months, almost full time, you have to remember that the sustainability journey did not start in 2024. Brian and Bettina have worked a lot on all the climate agenda. They have done an awful lot, changed the oil boiler for solar panels. So a lot have already happened. We only had to map what they already did. It's not possible to start from scratch and get a certification in 4.5 months. The next slide will show the mapping that we did. We actually did an Excel sheet where we went through all the buildings. For Bettina and Brian at Fur Camping, it was not only the campsite. They have a restaurant, they have a shop, they have bed and breakfast, they have cottages, and we actually had to map every single item, every simple lamp bulb, light bulb, any fittings, So we had to go through all the buildings, mapping this, and at what level of the green, was it all LED or and all the taps? Did they have water-saving measures? We had to go through the restaurant kitchen and look at all the appliances. We had to look at invoices. We had to look at supply chain and how far away were they from the campsite. And we had to do climate accounting. It is a heavy process, but again, as I said, I think we got the structure. Eventually, we got the structure. That took a couple of meetings, just deep diving the criteria and understanding at what level did we actually have to apply and document. The next slide will show the declaration we actually designed. So for each criteria, we designed a declaration where we listed the criteria, and my part of the journey was actually translating the criteria into the language of Brian and Bettina. Then we mapped and wrote how did that actually apply to each level of the business. As I mentioned earlier, they have a campsite, they have a restaurant. So how did that apply at whichever business type? Then we had to describe how it worked at Fur Camping. And then finally, we had to document how we actually lived up to this criteria. And this documentation, it is a 360 degrees process. This documentation can be photos, it can be declaration from experts, and we got that for the electricity. We had to write policies, we had to write procurement policies, we had to update the employee handbook. We had to do onboarding and training for the staff starting the new season. That had to be part of one of the criteria as well, how we would train the staff. Work procedures had to be updated. We had to update a new website. And actually, that is one of the best types of documentation. We had to look at invoices to document what has actually been bought. We had to do supplier code of conducts, and then we had to use climate accounting scopes 1 and 2. So as you can tell, it's not something you do in a couple of months, but we are able to map it in a couple of months. The last slide I have for you is what is actually the words of Brian and Bettina themselves. So please, Marcia. Sorry, no, this is the certification process. That took 3 months, and this is actually really quick. And we got praise from the EU office because we had made such a good and easy to understand declaration, and it was even easy to navigate the criteria and the documentation. But we sent the application on the 19th of January. Then there was some dialogue on a couple of criteria we didn't meet, and that's why we ended up actually getting 30 points in total. Then on the 10th of March, we had an auditor site visit, and that didn't give any further reason to answer anything else. So by the 31st of March, they were actually certified. And as I said earlier, this is a very, very quick process. But the words of Brian and Bettina themselves during the process in November, they actually said to each other, this is probably not the brightest idea we ever had. It is heavy in workload. There are so many things to document, so much communication between the consultant and themselves. So they almost regretted it. But obviously, we had the funding and they had the ambition. And we also knew that they had a high level of sustainability. Afterwards, the EU level label, Poor Camping is the third certified campsite in Denmark with the EU eco-label flower. That gave us a lot of publicity, and that is also part of the reason why we pushed, because we knew there was a couple of other campsites going for certification. So that's why we tried to get in as number 3, because we realized that the publicity would be good. We had seen the publicity for number 1 and 2. So a lot of publicity, a lot of congratulations from Network. However, no guest have ever made any comment on the EU label, except that they enjoy that it's easy to sort their waste. And if anybody is challenged, there is a huge lack of knowledge of the EU eco-label flower in Denmark. As you can see, there's only by then 3. At present, there's about 5 campsites. There's no hotel. In Denmark, it's the Swan, it's the Green Key. That's the labels of certification for the hospitality industry. However, as the campsite is now for sale, the work that we have done is not wasted, because obviously the label shows that all the environmental work is done. And even though EU has stopped the clock on a lot of reporting, the government of Denmark have signed into law that banks in Denmark have to ask for ESG data if you want financing, and obviously for the buyer of the campsite, that they are able to share that the campsite that they want to buy is actually already doing everything possible on the environmental work, will help the funding from for the buyer. So pros and cons of doing the eco label, but definitely worth it in a lot of respects. But doing it is a lot of hard work. And that was my final slide. And I don't know whether there's time for questions. Otherwise, I'll thank you all.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Inge, for your presentation. Alice here.
Hi, Alice.
Just a small question for you. You are the expert and you helped Fur Camping.
Yeah.
Would they, by any chance, have been able to do this on their own?
No. There's a lot of translation of criteria. So that was the work that we did. I would translate it into their work. And that's why it took actually 5 meetings for me to understand the campsite and know exactly. So I could also guide them and say, well, you also do that criteria work in that respect. So no, I don't think they would have been able to. Realizing also that campsites are small businesses, typically 1-2 people entities. But at the same time, they have a lot of insights into their own work, but going for a certification is a completely different level of work. So no, I don't think they could have.
And do you see more advantages to the certification? It's
Yeah.
a little bit disappointing to see that it's only the bank that will say, hey, this is great.
I think it future-proofs them, obviously. I think they had expected, and I think it's sort of, this is right at the end of a long season. I think they had expected 1 or 2 people or client to comment on it, and they didn't. But it future-proofs them. It shows that their environmental work is done, and that will attract different clients. It also helps communicate all their work. By being the only 3rd campsite in Denmark with the EU eco label and now 5, they are actually able to communicate that they are more environmentally friendly than the most campsites in Denmark. So there are other types of benefits, but from them, this was and I actually had to tell them about the ESG data and the bank situation when I spoke to them the other day. And that actually, they were really pleased about that because, oh, wow, we hadn't seen that angle of it. So that's what I mean. There's a lot of translation of the benefits. And I'm sure that next winter, when they have time to think, I'm sure they'll come up with more benefits than they saw at the end of a long season.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
do not have any more questions. Oh, we do.
Yeah, hi Inga.
Hi.
I'm Micha from University of Primorska. We were behind the development of the tool, and I just wanted to ask you, how did you choose? What was the reason for EU eco label?
The reason behind that Fur Camping chose the eco label was actually ambition.
Okay.
And what they had previously, through their DMO, had a consultant, and he had recommended the eco label because that is his, for him, that is the ambitious level, and and they matched that level. When I spoke to them the first time, I actually asked why. Because for me, it is an ambitious certification, but they already had a first-party certification called Green Stay, so they wanted to go for the top level. But it's a recommendation that I wouldn't make that to any campsite. It's only the ones that, as I said, they had done the work since 2010.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
something you can do in a couple of couple of months.
Yeah. Because that's, let's say, the logic. In Slovenia, we are very forward with this, all the different types of eco-labels, and there's been national tenders supporting this, and this is the one that had the slowest, let's say, deployment rate out of all, because it's burdensome. Yeah.
In Denmark, we have a green key for the campsites as well. And I would say that one you can get in 4.5 months from start to finish. Mm-hmm. You cannot get an eco label in 4.5 months. But at the same time, there's a lot of good criteria. And if you do if you're ambitious and have done your work, you're also guaranteed that you can communicate it in the right way.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks. I think we've heard it, right? The motivations and the realistic expectations now, they should be clearer for everyone.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. And now let's continue with the case of Italy. Let's hear their success story. Just one moment.
Good morning.
Oh, okay.
I should talk. I'm the presenter, but the webcam is locked. Would you mind unlock me?
Let us try one moment, please.
Okay, thank you.
One moment, I will turn on the slides.
Okay, perfect.
You can control the slides.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation. In particular, I want to thank Promos Italia, the Italian partner of the COASTOUR project. Connected with me, there is also the hotel manager, Ezio Bellocchi. But I'm going to introduce the hotel and the sustainability action implemented through the COASTOUR project, because I represent the hotel on behalf of the sustainability advisor of the project. I'm Marco Catalano. So if you can go to the next slide, a brief introduction of the hotel before going in depth our sustainability project. Okay. Hotel Dammusi di Borgo della Creta is an hotel located in the southern Italy, in Sicily, specifically in the island of Lampedusa. The particularity, the special thing of the hotel are the 23 classic stone houses known as Dammusi. And our hotel is a family-run retreat since 1970, ideal for anyone looking to truly relax and enjoy the colors of the Mediterranean. Please, the next slide. Hotel Dammusi di Borgo della Creta was the first Italian hotel to achieve an international recognition, such as the Hotel Sustainability Basics Scheme, a sustainability scheme promoted by the World Tourism and Travel Council, WTTC. It is a scheme based on 3 areas: environment, planet, social, and efficiency. So the next slide, please. Here are some good practices that we carry on in the hotel. In fact, we have a photovoltaic system which satisfies approximately 40% of our energy needs, and this photovoltaic system allows us to save emissions, 35 CO2 tons. In each dam uso, we have a water flow reducers, and we have the presence of a drip irrigation system in order to guarantee savings in water consumption. All body and face courtesy kits are in solid format with biodegradable wrapping, and for breakfast and dinner, we prioritize regional and local products for these services. The next slide, please. These actions contribute to enhance our commitment to the climate change. In fact, we are member of the SME Climate Hub, a global initiative that empowers small and medium-sized businesses such as the Hotel Ida Museo Borgo Calacreta. And with this commitment, we have the goal to achieve to become a 2050 carbon neutral business, carbon neutral hotel. Please, the next slide. So sustainability is not just environment, but is also people, social. In fact, our first guests are our people. We ensure in our hotel a gender balance and a contractual balance. Here we can see, in fact, that we have 10 men as employees, 10 women. All the employees are covered by national collective agreement. And the most contract used is the temporary full time. All the employees of our hotel is covered by social policies such as human rights policies, diversity, equity, inclusion policies, health and safety policies. These policies was implemented thanks to the COASTOUR project, but in the following slide I can remark this information. One of the main problem connected to climate change is the food waste. For this reason, the services, one of the services, the main services of our hotel is the restaurant services. We joined we became member of the Too Good To Go app to face the food waste and to save the surpluses food coming from the food and coming from the restaurant activities. So in this way, the visitors can visit our hotel, can go to our hotel to collect surprise bags which contain the surpluses food. In addition, we offer also the vegetarian menu, and this is a good way to prove our commitment to sustainability journey. So the next slide, please. To be sustainable, it's important to have a good governance. And we can see in looking at the slide that the highest governing body of the hotel is held by a woman. There is a green committee composed by a sustainability manager, the hotel manager, restaurant manager, housekeeper, receptionist, and maintainer. And the internal external stakeholder are informed about our code of ethics and sustainability policy. The next slide, please. Sustainability is also impact, social impact. In fact, we are proud to be an integral part of the Lampedusa community. We are constantly committed to supporting the social and cultural initiative. Looking at the slide, we can see one of the main activities that we support every year, Vento del Nord, and the award Premio Giornalistico Internazionale Cristiana Matano. We support enthusiastically this festival, these programs, because they prove our commitment to the community of Lampedusa, to the Lampedusian community. The next slide, please. Okay, talking about the project COASTOUR. Through the COASTOUR project, the COASTOUR project has funded some actions such as the installation of electronic locks equipped with cards to save energy consumption coming from air conditioners left on, and the participation, the joining to the app Too Good To Go, to face the food waste, as I mentioned before. The other action implemented in 2025 was the purchasing of new e-bikes to enhance the rental service, our rental service, and innovative monitor system for the waste for the waste produced by the hotel. In fact, we purchased this app, Nando app, working with AI, so we can monitor the waste produced in the hotel using artificial intelligence. The next slide, please. The COASTOUR project has funded also the quantification of the hotel carbon footprint, Scope 1 and Scope 2, according to the GHG protocol, the drafting of the hotel environmental and social policies, and especially the achievement of ESG rating, OpenS, which is an Italian ESG rating. All these actions allowed us to achieve the international eco label Green Key. Last week we have certified the Green Key, and I want to add that thanks to the sustainability label Doc.EU, your platform proposed during the journey, during the project, we had a match. We found a 100% alignment with this certification with Green Key. So the project supported us, helped us to identify the best sustainability option in terms of certification for us, for the hotel, and we certified with the same certification Green Key in this case. The next slide, please. What are the next goals for the coming years? We would like to publish the first sustainability report according to the European standard, the VSME standard. We would like to expand, we aim to expand the renewable energy capacity and replace all the equipments with the new ones, more efficient. And we aim to measure the hotel's circularity level according to the technical specific UNITS 11,820 2024, a specific norm for measure circularity performances of the hotel. The next slide, please. I want to leave you with our motto, the motto of Hotel Ida Musli Borgo Calacreta. Hospitality is our goal, environment is our priority, solidarity is in our DNA. Arrivederci a Lampedusa. Thanks for listening.
Yes, thank you very much for Italy. And do we have any questions online or on site? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm Giulia from Ciao Marco. Thank you for your contribution and for all your commitment through the project. I want to highlight that Lampedusa is an island near Sicily, so it's not connected to the main territory of Italy. So for them, on the other side, it was better to monitor their own energy consumers and all the stuff that it was included in the self-assessment, because in the main territory of Italy is very difficult to monitor all the consumers of the hotels. In the other side, Lampedusa has a different type of monitoring of this type of efficiency, so they were able to have a high score in the self-assessment tool, and we have together two self-assessment, and we contribute together to their goals. So we are very happy to present them, because they started a new journey for the sustainability. By thanks to Marco, they are able to continue and have a very future in the sustainability journey. So thank you, Marco. And I will highlight you if the green key have you already have done and have gained the score that you gain in the self-assessment. So you gain also the eco label, or just the green key certification?
No, it's just a green key certification that represents an international eco label.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Giulia.
Yeah, hi Marco. This is Micha from University of Primorska. I also, again, thank you for using our tool, and that you find it useful. And what I would like to ask, I mean, the way how I imagine it, right? It's a small island community. Everyone knows everyone. You have long-term relationships with like, the fishermen, the farmers for vegetables, and so on. How did, let's say, all these people react when you showed them, okay, we are updating our policy, how you should conduct your business in terms of, this social reaction? The first thing, because that's sometimes challenging, and I would like to hear your, let's say, example.
Yeah, an example is that we engage the social part, part of Lampedusa, such as citizen producers, inviting them in our structure. In fact, we offer lunch or dinner in the hotel to contribute in order to promote the local event, in order to have I don't know, I cannot say brainstorming about the new solution for the island, because the island is composed by specific stakeholder, but the most important reference are represented by tourism industry, such as our hotel. So we represent for Lampedusa a reference point for these stakeholder, and we invite them to our structure and talk with them to find a new solution to allow the island more to be more sustainable in terms of transportation, in terms of event, impact event, or products made by material, specific material, organic material, recyclable material. This is some example. These are some example of we do with the social part of Lampedusa.
Thanks. Very good. I mean,
Hi, Saya from Northern Macau office. I was just wondering whether after you have implemented all those different sustainability practices, tourists visiting your location, whether they said, wow, that's a great thing you did, and whether you would say they are maybe interested to pay more for the same experience they had before, because now you are doing a lot of extra due to the sustainability. Have you seen any change of behavior in the tourists that are visiting you now?
Yeah, it's a good question. We achieved the certification of the Green Key last week. It's difficult to understand now the rate, the interest, if the interest of the tourist can be more efficient compare the last period, but I can say that we are trying to engage the tourists with sustainability offer, specific sustainability offer. For example, we would like to connect the rental service that represent for us a sustainability way to move within the island, compare the using the vehicles, cars, moto, and we are trying to promote specific offers to engage, to attract tourists to choose this type of services, for example, e-bike rental, or another aspect that we are trying to implement to sensibilize the tourist is to join the app Too Good To Go. So there is not at the moment an important effect of our certification to the tourist, because in my opinion is very early now. The next year it will be more, I think. But we are trying to promote this sustainability offer to engage better and increase the awareness of our tourists.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. If there are no more questions, I would like to welcome Mr. Raimondas Vaitiekūnas from Atostogų Parkas to present the case of Lithuania.
Hello, everyone. I would like to express big respect for Chamber of Commerce, for COASTOUR management, for Lithuania Greeners, and for everyone who involve us in this project. So, the history of Atostogų Parkas, we are located near the Palanga. and it's now it's became very good location because airport starting to work better. Now we have more directly flights from Amsterdam, from Antwerpen, from London, from Oslo, and so on. So, and I say for you a short history about Atostogų parkas because we start that we in 6th of November we celebrate 10 years, and this project we start 2009, and I one of the consultancy who start this stupid project. Why stupid? Before all our shareholders, they looking for something special because we haven't near the seaside something special, something interesting. We have the sea and a lot of hotels. And we try to do something interesting, and that's why we drive around Europe about 6,000 kilometers and go to Austria, to Swiss, to Holland, to Belgium, Poland, and everywhere to collect experience. We know that we have a mineral water. We know that we have something, we have a forest. We have very good relationship with central Vilnius, and we have a lot of people who would like to spend the holidays near the seaside. But we think about that, and in this time, 15 years ago, we designed sustainability inside of the whole complex. So we invest money to solar system. We have now solar on the solar energy on the roof, and we have a solar something remote. Same, we have mineral water from 2 kilometers deep, 2 kilometers and 5, with a very interesting mineralization. And same, we have only one in Europe, amber sauna, with 3 tones of amber. The special technology created together with the Kaunas University. Same, we have 6 different saunas for different sorts of people. Same, we have 16 swimming pools. We have quite interesting complex because we have 28 log houses in the forest, deep in the forest. And we have about 24 rooms in a hotel. That's why for us was very interesting. We have sustainable policy before, and for us was very interesting. The Chamber of Commerce last year said, "Okay, you have opportunity to do something special." That's why we think very much, and we together with the team think to be or not to be. And that's why we choose that the way of Green Key could be more realistic what we have, and would be more realistic for our situation. And for first time we met our Lithuania Greens to ask about what we have opportunity. And they say, okay, you should go to Radisson system, because Radisson we have a Green Keys as well. And you should look how they act, what they think, what the policy, and so on. So we decided, of course, it's interesting for us. And thank you very much for Danish colleagues from Green Key. I called to this office, and they say, "Oh, okay, it's very interesting. What you are? Oh, it's okay, from Lithuania. Hey, it's okay, but you should work with your national greens." Okay, we do that. So we have few audits And it was very strong because for us it was very strange that we, of course, we are available something 85% of all project, but we should do something other. And in that case, thank you very much for Renaldas, who every time to write for us a big documentation. We prepare a lot of papers. We have practical exercises together with staff, because we have people who are technicians who work in a hotel. We have people who have service people. We have food industry quite good developed, and same we were on the way to change everything. Last 2 years we changed a lot. And that's why my words is my words, but better one time to see. And I invite you all to go to Atostogų parkas to see what we have really. And if you have the time, so please call or do something and I will manage for you. Because in the 6th of November, we will have celebrate all day anniversary, and we have conference where we'll talk about the tourism in western part of Lithuania, together with university, together with SMEs, with LCC and other schools. Same, we will have swimming competitions for Lithuania towns to win half of year opportunity to visit to Atostogų parkas, to half price for these people who will win. So, and after that we will have party, so you can invite if you have a time. So what we do during this, now we will feel that we will have audit next week. And after this audit, we will have the certification. Because we must finish all things what we not do. What we do during this period is that we open 2 hotels for insects. So it was very important. So we have in forest a special place for people who comes with us with dogs or cats. So we have a pet hotel near the hotel. Today we have 25 Italians hunters who comes with his own dogs, and they have a collaboration with our hunters clubs. And they live in Atostogų parkas, and they, I don't know, they going with dogs, go hunting, and so on. So, same we have a problem with green people who vegetarians who use the green food because it's a special equipment, special people who prepare this food, and that's why we go to other direction. We go to propose now for people to have food more green from our farmers who live around 100 kilometers and who supply us with greenery, greens, green vegetables or something like that. And we have agreements with these people, and same we propose that for people who live in our complex. We have totally we had 13 not rules, let's say, that criteria. And now go through these criteria, and now we are on the final stage in that case. And anyways, if we think about the future, we have very sensitive relationship with mineral water. Same, we have cleaning the water, and now we have a Swiss technology without chlorine. And the people coming to our complex every time, they say that the water is the same like you can drink. And that's why this sustainability for us, it's very important because the people don't like a chlorine. And same, for example, now we have 2 swimming pools with a mineral water. We have fully mineral water from 2 kilometers, and now we have mineral water. If you were in Crete, the same water in Crete Sea. we have opened 2 months ago the place, and mothers with the kids, they like very much this place to swimming, and because there's hot water, it's about 35 degrees, 38 degrees, something like that. And same, we every time we are on the way to improve place for our customers. Each year we have about 500,000 of visitors. So our turnover is about 8 million. So in that case, we every time we justify everything to go to more precisely to prepare for tourists who come to us. We have an office in Riga, and we have a lot of tourists from Latvia. This year we have more tourists from Poland, and same, we work very hard in international level, and we go to all fairs, exhibitions, what is possible. And in that case, we publish for people that, okay, we will have green key and we will be so strong like San Radisson and so and so. But I know that ICOR group, they start, Ibis hotel start go to green key way. And I know that it's not competitors, but of course they have this policy. And in this case, I say that of course for coastline, the west part of Lithuania coastline, is for us it's very important to have somebody in who have a green key. In Lithuania, we will be six company who will have. Now we have all companies by Radisson, and in Vilnius, Vilnius Spa, and one company in Panevėžys. So in that case, I say that it's very important for each company to have some kind of standards, some kind of strategy, and to go to the strategy. Because it's very important for development and to understand what is sustainability. Of course, for hotel who are in the city, it's very hard. For example, in Kaunas, we were in the Radisson, SAS Radisson Kaunas, and they say for us it's very difficult. We have a lot of different rules, many regulations, many commissions, and so on and so on. So in our case, we are in the nature. We must be friendly with nature. We must be sustainable, and we will be together with our customers, with our tourists, more friendly in that case. So it's my short overview, because if to say everything by the all criteria, it will be stupid, because you are tired, you are on the other part of day. So the people who sitting remote somewhere in Italy or somewhere Denmark or somewhere, that I'd say. So if you will have a question, okay. Something is very good that you must come to see once. And I explain for you each who will come, and will say what is necessary to do, what is not necessary to do, because it's a very long distance and very tough situation, and it's like a serpent, different way. So and if you will have a question, please come or please write, and I will explain what is best and what mistakes is not necessary to do. So it's our complex, our 16 swimming pools. We have camper sites. We have paddle. We have what we have. We have very interesting communication with the municipality. Municipality, they have a bus route who is for free to us from city of Kretinga. So if you come with us with camper, so you can go to Kretinga for free. And we have 10 top places in Kretinga where it's necessary to see what is best. For example, only Japanese garden in the whole Europe. We have a lot of interesting people who work and who have a lot of Lithuanian records, so in textile, and I'm not. It's my not task to say you or maybe to make a propaganda to come to Kretinga, but I invite you, of course, to visit, to see, to have a good time. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Raimundas. Do we have any short questions for Raimundas? If not, you can write to him later. He will tell you more. Thank you. And now let's continue with the case of Portugal, Futurismo Azores Adventures.
Mute. You are on mute.
Okay, sorry. Can you please confirm that you are seeing the slides? Yeah. Hello?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, all good. You can start.
Can you please confirm that you can see the slides, please?
Yes, we can see the slides.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning to all. I'm going to talk about Futurismo Azores Adventures and try to explain a little who we are and why we did what we did through COASTOUR. So this for us was a journey from materiality to measurability. Basically, that was the prime aim of this work that we've did with the project. So Futurismo was founded in 1990 and is nowadays, and still is, a family-run, purpose-driven company, which is both an operator and a DMC promoting the Azores throughout the world. We are most known for our whale watching activities. We were actually one of the first companies to help the Azores transition, and it was a beautiful transition from whale hunting to whale watching. It was extremely quick in the Azores, and the community accepted quite well. So this is what Futurismo is most known for. But despite all of that, we also have land activities, jeeps, vans, bikes, DMC that sells the entire islands. Nowadays, we are roughly 70 persons in the company, full-time throughout the year. Quite young. The average age goes around 37 years. And the last time we did this math, we had 67% of our staff with higher degree education. Why? Because we have a lot of marine biologists working for us. We do connect tourism with education, with scientific research on cetaceans and sea activities. Our mission, decided by our team, is to be a driving force for a better tourism in the Azores, one that it can be responsible. Our work has given us multiple awards worldwide because of the passion that was in the first slide. So we have been doing for a long time things because we thought and we think that they should be done and they are ethical to do. So we were the first Portuguese company to receive an award at WTM. And for instance, this Forbes Green ESG Awards has to do with the way that we communicate the projects that we do. So we basically have designed the triptych, people, planet, and wildlife, each one with these words. And it's here that we always explain every single project that we do with the objectives, the impact, all the measurements, photos, documents that we can prove to our community and to our partners what we are doing. And nowadays, for instance, these are some of the projects that we have ongoing. So we are turning a viewpoint on the left with 20,000 square meters, which is a product of the building of a road. Together with 4 institutions, local institutions, we are turning that into a native plant park to our community. It's an ongoing project. The TDT Bioflow, it's a project that we got a scholarship together with 9 entities, being the other 8 universities or research centers. We are a tourism company, so it's one of the things we are most proud of. The whaling culture revitalization project, we have built 2 traditional whaling boats. We have done 2 documentaries, a visitation center that we have gifted to the Nautical Club of Ponta Delgada for them to use with our community and with our kids. So the whaling boats, the visitation center, we have invested 150,000 on this to give to them, but they also will be used for tourism experiences with us. And also with the University of the Azores, 18 scholarships with mentorship across their 3 years of degree. So we have been doing things, but we always consider, and we felt even internally, that things sometimes were not communicated properly. We had some problems aggregating people. So in 2023, we did our first internal materiality assessment with 54 employees to try and understand their perception, the challenges, and what we needed to advance in. So we got 36 material topics mapped, which you can see here, the materiality matrix that we did, what was important for us as management and our employees. Stakeholders here is employees internally only at this time. And on the right, you have the key findings that we had. So as you can see, ESG training, carbon footprint calculation were something that they target. So we went for ESG training. We are doing our B Corp certification for lack of time. We haven't completed it, but we know that at this point we have roughly 90-something points. So the idea was to have more people in-house trained to understand the ESG principles so that we can feed the 3 pillars in our website, our communication, to show what we're really doing across the company, but also to prepare more persons to understand and feed our certification process. So we created this internally for our team with a local company that is actually leading sustainability in the Azores in terms of reports, consultancy training. They consult for the Azorean government. And we created several workshops with all the challenges of the ESG process, everything that they needed to know. So here we have people from marketing, operations, land guides, marine biologists. We were 15 of them doing this. And across several months, we had sessions and then homework. Throughout that, we also created more internal documents that we were missing. And nowadays, I feel that we are way more aligned on this idea that yes, the primary thing, and that's a very personal belief of mine, sustainability is always at the core of your belief. The rest comes after that. So yes, we should do by belief, by heart, and by mission. And yes, we have to show better what we are doing, because we also have some commitments at national, international level due to positions that we hold. We are one of 3 in 50 entities that are the consulting committee of the National Strategy Plan for Tourism. 47 are public or associations, and 3 private companies. We are one of them. So we need also to set the example and be more, have more metrics measured, not just passion, but also measurements. The other thing that we also needed, because we sell mostly our packages to the adventure travel sector at international level, especially inside the Adventure Travel Trade Association, from which I was an ambassador until a few times, we needed carbon measurement. So that was the second thing that we also did. We wanted to know, we wanted a good company to do this, a company that was accredited and was trustworthy by this community. So we went with eCollective from the United Kingdom, and we were able to get this data that you have here, our day tours, our multi-day packages, and we got to know, what the catamaran emits during whale watching, what the Zodiac emits also. Still, we are in the North Atlantic, so not the time to electric engines at this point, but we can try and see how we can have better engines and how we can try to reduce it. So at this time, we have a strategy for annual measurement, how we can search, and we are in contact with some companies that are developing hybrid and electric engines, and how we can also have in our website in some time this carbon label offer. So it is something that we are creating, an ongoing work. Here you can see this was done through an Excel sheet which a collective has, and we measured everything that we could. It took us some months to do this, a person just on this work, and we feel that it worked because it helped us with all the things that we have ongoing. It helped us get companies that were able to support us in doing this work. So the internal insight told us that we needed training and awareness with an ESG training program just for us. The local government is pushing for everyone. We wanted something just for us, adapted for us. The desire for data and accountability, it's done through the carbon measurement. Call for fleet improvement. We now have a reduction plan that we are working on. The communication transparency. We have more people prepared on ESG reporting framework, and the commitment to community impact, which is something, as I think I've shown, it's huge at the company. The question is, and has been throughout the years, how do we communicate to influence in a positive way and not just to show what we are doing? So I think COASTOUR in this question was extremely important for us, because it allows us to internally and externally to be more aware of the measurements we have, to show that it's not just passion anymore, but it's rationality. So I think it is what we can get the best from this project. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
Hello, sorry, I'm from Italia, Italy, and it's just a consideration because you generally you work with animals, so it's also sustainability from the animals, yeah, the point of view for the wildlife in general. And you see there's also a request from the tourism sector for a general, usually tourists, because I'm also looking for maybe a travel agency that respect the wildlife. So if I want to spend my time and have this type of experience, I would like to choose a travel agency or an experience that respect the sustainability and wildlife in general. So you receive this type also of request or sensation of so you go through this experience of sustainability, yes, from the rational part of, because there's also a commitment from also business competitiveness for you, but you received also an experience from the people requests for this type of sustainability for respect to wildlife. Thank you for the activity.
It's a good question. I'll try to be as clear as I can. So we are the ones living here. We are the ones with the animals. We are the ones that have a connection with them culturally, symbiotic. So lots of time people follow trends. We live for these animals. So we know their names, we know their families, our team of marine biologists. We have all of this mapped and studied. We actually have something in the YouTube that you can search for. It's called Futurismo Guidebook, in which we teach travelers how to be responsible, how to save birds, how we do respectable whale watching. So yes, people sometimes follow the trend. Unfortunately, those who yell at social media that they are ethical, etc., and I have a postgraduate in environmental ethics, for instance, are the first ones that will yell at you also because they are 100 meters away from the whale and it's bad for the selfie and they want to go closer. So it's a dual thing, but the question is, we do not give them a choice. We are very clear in our website, the approach vectors, how it's done. We have videos, we have all this content. The first thing when they get also during the experiences, the briefing in the catamarans or in the Zodiacs, we use a room. The first thing is also distances, vectors of how to approach the animals. This is what you get. For instance, in our website, we have also all the years and years of sightings. So for month, we can prove what we have seen, but we also have fact sheets of every single species, and we actually show the profile of swimming and diving, so people can expect what they will see, because in people's heads sometimes they see the full whale out of the water, which of course they won't. So it is a dual feeling, I would say, which is people will yell that they're very ethical, and then they yell that they want to be on top of the whale. So I think it's up for the companies to have this mixed approach, which is we are the ones pushing for this, and we are giving you the information for you to enforce us to do this. So I hope this is the answer you're looking for.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? If not, okay, we can continue to the case of Slovenia, Natura Mystica Travel Agency.
Hi, hello. So, just one quick question. Is the presentation going to be? Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, so first let me introduce myself. I'm Petra Klanšak, so I will be representing Natura Mystica from Slovenia. We are working as a booking center in the Amazon of Europe destination. So if we go to the next slide, I will tell you more about what is Amazon of Europe, because probably some of you have not heard about this before. So first things first, This is a biosphere reserve, Mura, Drava, and Danube River. It's a 5-country biosphere, also protected under UNESCO. And our goals are to protect this ecosystem, to encourage the education and to develop the region, but again, through tourism, but keeping it as sustainable as possible, so we can protect this really authentic, untouched nature that is available for all of us. If we go further on. So yeah, we're developing responsible tourism products. They're nature-oriented, and we use really carbon-neutral way of commuting. So transportation is mostly by bicycles, for our organization at least. So yeah, if we go further, it's going to get more interesting as we proceed. This is just the formalities. So yeah, benefits for the biosphere reserve. This is really important. We see economic benefits, especially for the development of local communities through the help of tourism activities from tourism products. We try to bring tourists into the destination and as a way to encourage them to go outside of the big city centers and into the nature and smaller communities that really thrive from economic benefits. If we go back a bit. So yeah, also again, this emphasis on sustainability and protecting the nature. So we have different activities that we will show on the next slide. So different activities. We have 3 main groups of tourism products. One is the bike trail. This is actually the most important one and the most successful, I would say. And so people they travel by bikes in different destinations on different stages, and they get to experience the whole nature and also local communities, which is really different because they are going across borders where different religions and nationalities are combining, and they can experience different types of cultures and local crafts and so on. So it's quite the same also with the river journey. This is another one of the projects because they can go kayaking or rafting on the 3 rivers, and we have amazing moments. These are more immersive experiences where you can actually do something as a tourist. You can do a little bit of crafting, you can go bird watching and so on. So it's really, you get to experience some of the things more in-person version, not just in a museum or exhibitions. Next. So Amazon of Europe Bike Trail, as said, this is one of the main products our organization has. It's cycling paths spread over 1,000 kilometers, so exactly 1,250 kilometers through 5 countries, from Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, and all the way to Serbia. As you can see on the map, we have, it's quite a circular path, and I think usually people take maybe a month if they decide to cycle all of it. But you can either decide to go on the northern part or on the south part. And we have 11 stages on the north bike trail and 16 stages on the south part. Then we have river journeys, so multi-day canoeing or kayaking trips along the rivers. They are guided by local experts for water sport activities. Next. And as I said, we have also different products marketed as amazing moments. So these are really unique experiences that bring you closer to authentic cultural heritage and wild nature in this Amazon of Europe destination. As you can see from the pictures, we have back in time, husk weaving workshop, hunting for treasures at the Drava River. This is really interesting one. You try to find some gold in the riverbanks and so on and so on. Yeah. So, but as a booking service, booking center, we connect with accommodations. So they're mostly family-owned small accommodations, guest houses, smaller hotels. We connect also with mobility services such as luggage transfer in case of cycling, because people don't cycle with big luggages. They also just take some smaller backpack for the road or something. And from time to time, they need a little bit more clothing or other equipment and so on. So we try to provide them with a luggage transfer or a shuttle from one destination to another if they cycle from A to B and they have to go back to the starting point. We also connect with other tourism providers for the additional offers, such as I said, the canoeing, the workshops, and so on. Also, gastronomic offer is quite popular. We offer a Kingfisher service. This is 12 hours per 7 days a week. And we give all needed information to the tourists we sent on the road. So they get an overview of all possible activities. They are equipped with a GPX in case of cycling tour. They are given maps. We organize also bike rental, and we give them bike helmets if needed, and so on and so on. So, and as this quote says, the Amazon of Europe Booking Center is offering travelers a unique experience by linking individual freedom with service, safety, and sustainability, as well as partnering international travel tour operators with sophisticated services. So, yeah, as this says, we try to give them as much information so they are as free as possible, but at the same time keeping some quality service and safety, and of course, the most important, sustainability. Now, for the past year, or maybe year and a half, we've been focusing also on accessibility, since this is also one of the main things that also go under sustainability. So we try to make our offers, cycling trips and other offers, as accessible as possible for all people and all ages. Of all ages, of all, how to say, different needs. We try to connect with accessible accommodations. We try to find accessible activities and accessible attractions for these people. Continue. So for the first, we have 2 accommodations in Slovenia and Croatia that we found so far. I think there are some more, but these 2 are on the slides. So one is Terme Vivat, and they have 89 rooms fully accessible to people who are on wheelchair. So this is really good sign that they see this target group as also potential tourists. Same goes for Terme Sveti Martin, where only 3 rooms are fully accessible, but this is better than maybe most of the tourism providers we work with, that they don't have that many or not at all. Next. So we also offer accessible activities, husk weaving workshop, pottery workshops, Expano interactive park, and I think in the past few days we have also tried baking of gibanica, which is a traditional cake in Slovenia, in this part of Slovenia. And I don't have the feedback yet, but if anybody is interested, I can let you know over the emails later on. Next. We also offer accessible attractions. We've connected mostly with Vinarium Tower. This is the tower on the picture. They're fully accessible. They have an elevator. There's also stairs, but usually people take the elevator either way. And they also offer a zip line activity where you can go from point A to point B via zip line. Also, it's accessible, so also people on wheelchairs and other needs can have the experience of ziplining. Yep. So this is really, really quickly on my side. So if you have any questions, don't be shy to email me. You can also visit the two websites where you can have more information about the offers. And especially if this short presentation has interest you, you can always sign up for a cycling holiday or just visit this part of Slovenia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? If not, thank you. Thank you to all presenters. And now let's continue. Now we will have a presentation on sustainability tool. And I welcome Professor Emil Juvan from Slovenia, University of Primorska.
Hey everyone, hopefully you can hear me. I will try to...
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. I'll try to share my slides. I believe you can see the slides now.
Yes, we can see your slides.
Perfect. Thank you so much for having me remotely. A warm welcome from Slovenia. I was asked as a member of the consortium to talk about the sustainability tool we developed and how it all started, and the way forward. I'm just trying to come up with the... Just give me a second, so sorry for that. Yeah. Yeah, it should be better now. All right, because I know you're slightly late, I'll just move on to my presentation. Overall, I have to say I've enjoyed some of the presentations, especially from the SMEs, because it's always great to hear the enthusiasm they share about what the project did, and especially about the tool. Because the starting point of this project was that obviously it's quite clear that sustainable transition is not a desire, is not something we wish for, but it's basically a must, because if tourism will not improve its sustainability performance, it will eventually start seriously harming itself. All right. The next starting point was that if we are to get more successful in the sustainable transition, we need evidence. We need to have evidence on the actual impacts. We need to have evidence on the positive consequences of all the actions and of all the activities we're doing in the entire European or even global tourism ecosystem. And we've also learned that when we have the evidence, such as I believe Carlos said very well, the evidence motivates us to do something about it. If the evidence of positive impacts is there, we have more energy and more desire to keep on going. If we see that whatever activities we're doing in terms of sustainability do not work, we get motivated to change something and then again measure, get evidence, and see how successful we are. We've also learned through conversations within the partners, as well as with other people we met during this project, that evidence is needed also to inform policymakers on which tools, which activities we as an industry need from the policymakers to support the transition. So we all need evidence on the actual impacts, which is not always as serious as we believe it is. And on the other side, we also need to have the evidence on how effective the existing policies or project activities, such as, for example, COASTOUR, are in terms of supporting the sustainable transition. And then, obviously, there is an abundance of sustainability schemes, labels, and other frameworks which are provided daily to all the SMEs in tourism sector. And obviously there is a great confusion about it. What works, what's not working, what is fit for my business, what is fit for my market, and things like that. So when we have abundance, I believe we all know what we do as humans, right? We can't make a decision. right? So someone has to do a decision for us. And then obviously, based on that, within our COASTOUR project, we've decided to have a look at all this abundant ecosystem of tourism labels and certifications and try to pick those that we believe have some meaning to the industry as well. I have learned today through presentations a lot about Green Key. Yeah, so it was kind of obvious for us to include, for example, Green Key in our project when we've aimed to develop the tool. And obviously, it has been said already today, business sector requires easy to use, evidence-based monitoring tools, right? And that was our starting point. And obviously, based on that, we've decided to have a look at the 9 different sustainability labels or schemes. We've started with 9 because the aim of this activity was basically to look how they are comparable between each other so that we can then provide an SMP who is interested in going green or going sustainable, that they can pick between the most available suitable options, sorry, right? But at the end of the day, you see we've chosen 6 of them. And what we did was, hopefully this link will now work. It was quite an interesting task. I hope you can see my Excel sheet now. So basically, we've picked all the 9 labels, right? And we went from criteria to indicator and try to see which indicators overlap within all the existing schemes, right? That was a quite interesting activity because we also learned a lot about where is an overlap and where the indicators and criteria may, for example, where criteria might overlap, but the indicators don't, right? So that was also a very interesting activity. Yeah, just to give you an example. And then based on that, we've developed a self-assessment tool, which was first developed as a traditional survey, which was put online, but it was later on, all the data were then transferred to this online sustainability tool. But basically what we've asked you within this self-assessment tool is, tell us about your sustainability efforts. Tell us about the impacts that you see. What activities are you implementing? And then, of course, some background data, because we all know that sustainability impact and the efforts we do have a strong correlation to who we are as a company, how many employees we have, what is our service portfolio, and things like that. So we cannot generalize across the entire tourism sector. The labels, the approach to sustainability have to be tailor-made, if you want, or specific, right? And yeah, here are now the building blocks of our self-assessment tool. There are 3 building blocks. So it's a basic profile, then the sustainability measures. I'll demonstrate later on some specifics. And then at the end is the sustainability status, right? It's the label compliance across the 6 labels. And of course, not very successful in this, but still the tool does provide some insights on the actual impact. Now, what does that mean in terms of practical implications? When the SMEs will start inserting their environmental impacts data, the social impacts data, that is, for example, how much water they use, how much electricity they use, how much they invest in local employment, how much of the services they provide from the local environment, and et cetera, the more the tool will be able to tell you as an SME or through the entire landscape of the COASTOUR, that means all the users of this tool, the more we will know what works and what does not work. So that's, again, it's another interesting motivation for, I believe, the future users of this self-assessment tool, right? Now, the self-assessment tool now sits on the website. This is how the websites look. The 2 things I want to mention is basically, if you haven't used the tool yet, then you need to go here, right? To insert your email, and then the website will guide you on how you can start your self-assessment. If you have used the tool before, you just use your login credentials here, and it should work. Now, let me see if it works. Yeah, so this is what happens if you use the tool. This is basically the self-assessment tool. Okay, it has multiple questions. I'll just go briefly through them and try to justify some of the insights we collect from you. Obviously, this is the profile section of the self-assessment tool. Tell us something about your business, because then the tool will be able to kind of link your sustainability efforts and the impacts with your profile. And
Emil, can you stop for a second?
Sure.
Sorry, can you pause?
I stopped. Oh, you can't see the website?
No, he has to close down and then share the screen.
Yeah.
If someone can talk me through.
Okay. They exit screen share. In potem share the whole screen, not just one window.
All right, I see. Thank you. Sorry for that. Always surprises.
Ne spet na PowerPointu.
Yeah, but now I'm sharing the whole screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it should work.
Yeah. Now it's fine.
Thank you so much, Miha. Sorry, yeah. So I was saying, this is the tool online. And as I mentioned before, we have a couple of building blocks. This is the building blocks that asks you about the profile of your company. I'll just go briefly through and give you some insights on what questions do we ask for, because the tool at this stage obviously does not allow the automated benchmarking, automated calculations on the impact and the activities, but it's set up so that hopefully in the future, we'll be able to upgrade it, that then the tool will be able to calculate the effectiveness of your efforts depending on who you are as a company. So it's really important. In practical terms, obviously, all the impacts have to be calculated basically, for example, on average, right? Room or average occupancy or average guest, because otherwise it makes no sense when we're trying to compare. Number of employees, for example, which country, which destination, and things like that. And then obviously we got the first section, which is the sustainability measures being used in your company or organization. These are based on the key criteria of the labels, which we've analyzed in order to determine what the self-assessment tool will need. And it's, as you can see, it's very basic, very simple. Tell us you have, you don't have, you've implemented, you didn't implement it. It's quite easy. And then all the way down to service portfolio, number of activities that you have, total annual turnover. What is important also is that the tool is set up for 10-year period, and you can always go back and forth. So you can provide data for the last year, as you can see here. So the 2025 is not over yet, so we don't ask you for that. You don't have a ability or option to implement data for 2025, but for the 2024, you can always do it. So the good thing with the sustainability tool is it will collect the previous data, previous assessments, and it always allows you to compare, to benchmark the last assessment with the previous one, and so on and so forth. So it's quite interesting. Anyway, the next thing is when you do the self-assessment, another important functionality is the dashboard. The dashboard gives you insights on your compatibility or readiness with all the labels we use. As you can see here, for example, this is a case study. We can see here we have 97% compatibility or readiness level with the green key, slightly less with the EU eco label, and so on and so forth. The next function is, for example, let's go here, you do the review, okay? And then with the review, you get to see your compatibility or your readiness level with all the criteria within the specific label, right? Another functionality is you can add notes. That means you can add notes for yourself, or you can add notes for example, for sustainability advisor. So the tool does allow an offline communication with your sustainability advisor. So before the sustainability advisor comes on site, he or she can already see what are the things they need to do when they will eventually come on site. It also gives you an insight on the status of a very specific indicator, for example, precise action program. Obviously, this is not satisfied within this criteria basic of environmental management system. So it's quite holistic, yet easy to use and easy to be implemented by specific businesses. You can also download your report, okay, or you can immediately share it with someone whom you want to share it with, for example, your sustainability advisor. Yeah, I think I will return back to, I'll return back to present you the tool shortly. Now let's move on to the next slide. Yeah, I've went through these specifics, showing you the actual online tool. So I don't think I need to use more time here. The good thing with the functionality is also, as I mentioned, you can share the report with your sustainability advisor. I think this is extremely important for SMEs who are within destinations that do not have sustainability advisors close to them. So it avoids cost, and it actually also avoids unnecessary transportation to the company, because a lot of things can actually be done online. Based on your sustainability assessment. Next, to my understanding, extremely important functionality of the self-assessment tool is also you can provide evidence. We all know that when we're doing the sustainability self-assessment, we are limited to what we know. We are sometimes also can be biased, right? But when, for example, sustainability advisor come on site, they should not be biased. They should follow the criteria, the indicators. So there can be a slight gap between what we believe indicates our sustainability efforts and what the advisor might do. So what we can do is we can say, for example, yes, we meet the implemented sustainability management system, for example, here. We can add notes here, and then we can also add a proof. Yeah, we can provide a document which we believe evidences or showcases that we meet this criteria. And of course, on the other side, the sustainability advisor whom we've shared our sustainability report with can assess whether this is an eligible evidence or not. And we can, again, negotiate and see how far we are. I've mentioned already the benchmark. Again, to my understanding and to understanding of our COASTOUR team, this is extremely important functionality because I've said already, we need evidence on how successful we are and what we can improve, right? Now, this benchmark functionality within the tool is still not at the level we would wish for, because we need more SMEs to insert data so that then the benchmark against my company, previous assessments, against the industry which I operate in, or against the COASTOUR average. That's the entire COASTOUR area covered. So hopefully, the more we use, if we as a company, the more we will know about our progress in time, but the more businesses across Europe will use this tool, the more we will know how we compare to others, right? And again, I think this is important motivator. I'll mention already that you can do multiple assessments. Each already completed assessment can be stored, so we can always compare and see your progress in terms of, for example, what activities you do in terms of your sustainability. If you did your assessment last year and you do it this year, you go back and forth and you see, okay, last year I only have 10 sustainability activities, this year I have 12. Or for example, last year we had more activities than this year. So you get your sustainability team together and you discuss why is this happening and what you can do, right? Share access, as I mentioned before, this is extremely important for remote collaboration because I know, and you all know as well, having a sustainability advisor on the spot, is involved with expenses. And of course, a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises have to be tentative when it comes to cost management. So why not do as much as we can remotely, and then we can just do things online, offline on the spot when we're basically ready for sustainability assessment. Making it work, yes, our sustainability tool has to work. So we've provided SMEs with the preparation manual. Extremely important for SMEs is also so that before they enter the sustainability tool, the self-assessment, that they do the homework. So in this preparation manual, they get all the instructions on all the paperwork, all the data, all the information they need to collect before they start, doing the self-assessment tool. No, you do not need to complete the self-assessment once you entered. You can enter multiple times, but it's always good to have all the details on hand so that you don't search for information you need to input, right? And remember, you're doing the self-assessment primarily for yourself, right? We also provided a user manual, which is available online. Once you log in, you get immediately an option to download the user manual, which is extremely user-friendly, and it guides you through using the sustainability tool. So the question I want to put together or in front of you for the conclusion is where we go next. I believe my COASTOUR consortium friends share this wish with me. We want to disseminate tool as much as possible. We want to increase the usability among the SMEs, not only within the COASTOUR ecosystem, if you want to put it this way, but also across the Europe. Because again, the more we will use, the more we will know what works with us, the more we'll be able to share with other SMEs, with other businesses across the Europe, or globally for that matter, on what they can do to improve their sustainability transition, right? We need to build a resilient tourism community, but led by facts, not by wishes or self-claims. Yes, sorry. This is a self-claim self-assessment, right? But it asks you to provide evidence on the self-claimed sustainable transition. And then you can share this with sustainability advisors so someone can give you an objective opinion on your sustainability transition. Sorry. And what is extremely important, I remember I've heard one or two questions related to what is the market value of our sustainable label or of our sustainable activities, right? It's still very weak. All the evidence we collect from the market, yes, there is probably over 80% of global travelers, they have the wish to go sustainable, to pick sustainable, to make sustainable choices. But because there is very little evidence on what is actually sustainable, also the consumers are confused, the tourists are confused. So if we collect the data, we can provide evidence on our sustainability. We don't need to make huge steps. Small steps with the local communities work, and they work for tourists as well. If we can provide the evidence on what works, then tourists will trust us and they will reward us by picking us or by paying more for our services, etc., right? So far, the majority of tourists actually understand all the sustainability labels, again, majority, not all, as an attempt of a market gimmick, right? We're trying to, sell something we don't really have. And the more tourists get knowledgeable, the more demanding they will become in terms of how sustainable we actually are, right? Yeah, sorry. And for the conclusion, because I believe it's hot, as you probably heard, the Nobel Prize for the economy went to the father of, this concept of green creative destruction. So I wanted to put it in the context of tourism as the way forward. So what we need to do in terms of, a sustainable transition in tourism, and COASTOUR self-assessment tool is a great starting point, because it does not only allow you to see where you are in terms of sustainability actions, but it also it helps you to see how this affects your sustainable footprint. That is the carbon emissions, water consumption, waste production, and other social impact as well, not just environmental, right? So I believe, that once we get the better picture, and that is the benchmark function of our sustainability tool, we will know what we need to support, what we need to, in which fields we need to enable creation of sustainability transition. That is, for example, funding innovation in circular hospitality, low carbon mobility. We've heard the cycling. It's a great low carbon mobility, but it's limited to experiences. Very small market share of tourists can actually afford traveling by bike from home to destination, so on and so forth. So we need to support enabling environment for this creation of sustainable transition. We need to facilitate destruction. We don't like the word destruction, right? But once we know what activities within the hospitality sector and tourism sector make harm, either to the social community, local community, culture, nature, and so on, and we need evidence for that, we need to destruct those activities. We need to change them, right? And that is the support of diffusion, right? Encourage certification, evidence-based certification, training, which again was the activity sponsored by the COASTOUR voucher, cross-sector innovation networks and things like that. And of course, we need to ensure regeneration. Those of you who are very active in policy making, you know that Europe is already transiting very heavily from sustainable to regenerative tourism concept. So it's not only enough for us not to harm the local natural and cultural environment, but we need to find energy and resources to regenerate what has already been destroyed, either by tourism or by any other activities, right? And in order to do so, to know what we need to enable, what we need to disrupt, what we need to support, and what we need to ensure, we need to measure where we are. And we need to measure not only what we do, but also whatever we do, what kind of impacts it has on our sustainability transition. I believe my presentation will be shared with all the attendees, online and offline. Thank you so much for your attention. And as always, we're always here for any ideas and future collaboration. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, Emil. We will share the slides with everyone.
Do we have any questions?
We have a question in the chat box.
Yes, a question from online meeting.
Chat.
Are there any similar tools on the market or competitors for this platform, not necessarily in the tourism sector?
Andrea, I believe. Andrea, yes. Well, definitely there are a number of tools out there, not only for the tourism sector, but also across sectoral. I know that Slovenia has developed a couple of tools, but the approach to the tools is basically, it's a self-assessment tool at a very basic level, where I believe me and my friends within the COASTOUR Consortium made an extra mile was to go deeper into the data collection, right? So as you saw, or maybe you can go and check for yourself, we asked the data on the profile, because, for example, we can have a company within the, for example, food sector, which has, I don't know, 200 seats within their business, and we can have the same company within the same industry with only 30 seats. Obviously, the environmental, social, economic impact is differently, right? But if you want to benchmark, you need to come to a common point. So this is where we are specific. I mean, our tool is specific, and also we ask companies, SMEs, to insert data on the impacts. And that is the electricity consumption, water consumption, waste produced, wages paid to the local communities, the invoices paid to the local suppliers and stuff like that. So where we think, the data exists, businesses can insert the data into this tool, again, for themselves, just to see where they are in terms of not only what kind of activities they have, but also what impact this causes on their overall performance. So yes, in short, similar tools, but not as advanced as COASTOUR self-assessment tool. Sure.
Thank you.
I know I'm enthusiastic because this is our tool, but I think we've talked a lot with Aya and other members of the consortium. It was hard to make an extra mile, but I think we did a great job.
Thank you, Emil. Do we have any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much. And let's continue. Now I would like to welcome Associate Professor Rimantė Hopenienė from Kaunas University of Technology to present the case of the COASTOUR project.
Hello, everyone. Okay, have a patience. We are finishing so nice conference. I am Rimantė Hopenienė from Kaunas University of Technology, And Kaunas University of Technology was coordinator of project SOSRUR. And really, I'm very happy that organizers of Coastal Tour project, yes, invited us to here to participate and share our experience of our SOSRUR project. And what I hear today, I want to congratulate you, yes, because you did really a huge work, and what companies did in countries, yes, of this project, what you presented, yes, really is amazing. But we too did great work, and really, you know that it's we started 3 years ago, yes, and now yes, it's finishing, and I think so that it's was too short. Yeah. Okay, what our experience at what we did, yes, first of all, our cornerstones of this project was how to change the mind, yes, and how to get the knowledge for rural and remote areas tourism organization, that they better understand what really Europe policy want to do, yes, in the world. And we know that when we are very small entrepreneurs, usually we haven't enough time to understand what the policy write for us about the emission, climate, and so on, how to reach all these things, yes. And all this, I am saying that usually documents is as a theory, yes, we need the practice. Why we have support from the Europe and fundings that we can't to share theory and to encourage to do the practice. Okay, our project name, yes, towards sustainability and resilient scenarios for tourism SMEs in rural and remote areas. Before 3 years, we started to write this project and think about the how COVID and other situations in the market damage tourism. Yes, as because they are very small, and Europe contains usually mostly from the 90% of small tourism business. Yes, and how to help them recovery and reach the competitiveness. We choose our partners, yes, was Greece, Spain, Austria, Romania, and we used platform F6S from Ireland. They we named them as administrators because they coordinate all the our small and medium entrepreneurs, the application, the finalization of reports and so on. And when we started this project, yes, we have to be, as a university, Kaunas University of Technology, a coordinator. We have the brilliant professor Žaneta Stasiškienė. She is a head of Institute of Environment Engineering in Kaunas University of Technology, and she has a lot of experience in sustainability and changing the world in the sustainable way. Our main goal was to invite SMEs from 5 countries, yes, to develop competences and gain knowledge how to implement sustainability or sustainable principles and innovation practice, twin, green, and digital tools and methods for their companies that they develop more competitive in their areas. From these 5 countries, we our KPIs was to reach 100 rural and remote tourism SMEs. When I was invited to be a researcher in this project, yes, I thought that is, oh, wow, it's brilliant. Everyone wants then how we manage everything, yes, because 100 from 5 countries, not so much, yes. But, when I was presenting the project goal, the first activities and so on, people said, whoa, it's knowledge. Why we need knowledge? We know everything, yes. We need more investment to the physical infrastructure, for example, that, and that, for electricity or something, yes, but we don't need to know because we know everything. But what happened during the project, yes, we have, for example, we planned 2 project phases or stages, yes. First of all, accelerator, second have to be innovative, and 100 tourism organization will be lent and have experience how to change their business in a sustainable way. Yes, but we see that we have more money and we open the collaborate stage and invite more companies. How they differ and what we did, I present. Yes, I present from Lithuania part, yes, that how many companies we had, and a little it was a pity that they was not so brave to participate. But one of the, or 2 reasons mainly, one is English language, yes, that it's a little bit they are worried about English language, and second one that there is no time. Yes, as usually, because during the season time in Lithuania, season time is very short, and they usually do a lot of activities. Another very important thing is that all the business from this remote country, as Ignalina, Molėtai, Visaginas, they are work alone as entrepreneurs. Yes, they haven't a lot of help who help them to do business. They are owners and service providers and communicators with guests and so on. But I'm happy that who participated in this project really gain a lot of knowledge and experience and competence. And after then they finish their phases or stages, they say, can we repeat it? It shows that we did a great job. What we did in the first stage, first of all, it was mostly to educate our small businesses, yes, how to model their business, how to understand what is a customer, how to understand their needs and wants. And we have intensive courses for them about their business model development, and they had to review what they have and what innovation they can implement with some lectures and trainings. We showed what innovation can they do. Okay, first of all, they have some intensive learning sessions. After they have training and changes of experience in our partner places in Velventos, Western Macedonia, and in Styria, Vulkaland, Austria. And everywhere they have the optional thing is certification. What was presented, labels and so on, all this we present for our participant, but was the other problems? Because they are very small, they can't to start the certification. And another, for example, I know that one of the participants wanted to start a green key label, yes, but it was the problem to contact the officer who could help them to start all this documentation. Okay, what we did great. Our partners did great the training workshop about business planning, about innovation, about sustainability tools and method and how to implement them in their business. We have intensive 3 or 4 teaching and learning days training program in Velvento in Greece with some excursion to the small and medium companies, but who really implement the sustainability principles in their project. Yes, it is, for example, we was in some, excuse me, we was in some companies as who produce wine, some special museums or education places, centers where a lot of things was implemented to save the energy, electricity, and so on and so on. The final of this part was the pitch presentation of this accelerator program, and all the participants had to present what they plan and what they maybe implement during the short time, what they change, yes, in their business. Really, it was great to listen all the members from different countries. It was not so much, yes, it's 23 or 26 years, but really I was happy what innovation they would like to implement in their business. After that, we choose some participant, yes, and went to the program in Austria and visit other companies that could, how to say, that could share more experience and to have new ideas. With the Lithuanian and Spain participators, we visited Hotel Villa Terminale, and this hotel, it's not big, yes, it's small, but they show a lot of good things and tools, what they implement very easily, and what our companies could implement. I would like to say that during these sessions, yes, we too could listen how these places or government of this place think about how to help companies to develop the sustainable principles in this place, and how they help for companies, and what their vision of this Vulcaland place. Yes, really, it's mostly accommodation, catering, and wine manufacturers who present the wine. Because with us traveled not just tourism, how to say, tourism service providers who work in accommodation, but the tourism guide, yes, in Ignalina and Zarasai region, we choose some different activities. First of all, we visited Krispel Winery. Really, it was very interesting to see how they connected everything. For example, near the winery, we crossed the street. Can you imagine? There are the pigs farm, and they produce not just wine, but the pork. And my colleague said, "Can you imagine? We are drinking wine in pig farm, and there is no smell at all." Really, it was a great experience. Yes, after we visited Zoltar Chocolate Factory, that totally sustainable principle implemented in this organization. They not just have exhibition of chocolate, and it's very dangerous to be in this exhibition as in museum, because you can lose the mind to tasting different chocolates. But before that, they presenting what sustainability principles they implement. They have a video, they have the talks of their main company director or developer who is going to other countries to test the coffee beans, and after bringing with a in sustainable way them use to use less CO2 as possible. And another very interesting thing in here is how to say the park. There is a park where from the sustainable things is made it for children to play, to go around and so on, and to visit the animals. This is for children education. And the last one is very interesting, that we can see the place where is dead chocolate. They did the, I don't remember now in English, cemetery for chocolate, and we can to see what chocolate wasn't so successful, or taste of chocolate wasn't successful in these places. And because my colleagues from Lithuania, they are guide for hiking. Yes, one Rita is 65 years old. She was so brave to participate in this project without worrying about her languages of English. Yes, and she said we have to try to visit the places hiking. And Violetta, she is doing business as a river hiking. And after this project, because in Lithuania is in the springtime is cold, sometimes in summer is cold, and hiking is in river, she bought some special trousers as for fishermen using. Yes, it's big trousers that with these trousers people could go across the rivers and try to find the garbage in the rivers and pick up and so on. Okay, second part was innovate, and in this part we have better because people after 1 or 2 year in this region, Utena County, they know me and Susrur project. Yes. They sound very strange, Susrur, yes. They know what is it and what they can expect. What in this part we did, we did the, how to say, changing of experience among all these partners countries. We gathered good experience practices in these countries, share the catalog with our participants, and they need to choose what places and what business they would like to visit, and what they would like to replicate. And because good practices did some better things, neither, for example, participant. Second was participation in Sustainable Tourism Training Program organized by Global Sustainable Tourism Council. And they did 2 seminars, and after our participant could finish not just to acquire a certification, but finish an exam. And I congratulate my participants. They finished successfully and passed the exams. Other activity was specialized consulting services as digital marketing and sustainable action planning. They had to choose one of this option, or digital marketing or sustainable action planning, and to ask consulting services to do for them these plans. We took asking the consulting companies to participate in our project, and they did project for our companies, and optional was sustainable tourism certification, cements and labels, and we get 1,000 for that. This is an example of Lithuania good practice example. Yes, some of them was and good practices and participant. For example, Glamping Club Bučališkė, they participated in the first stage and was in the second stage as inviting people to come and to see what really what the sustainable innovation they are implemented. Some of them participated as Šironia. They have many labels because they are producing industrial hemp or cannabis in another word, yes. They do oil, they do other products. And for example, when I talked with the owner from Šironia, he said me, Rimante, we totally circle economy, agro-tourism, and what we are doing, totally circle economy, everything, because we are a village. We have to do and work in this. But he participated in that stage because he see the opportunity to have a good digital plans for his company. Okay, but really foreign countries or Greece, Romania, Spain don't want to come Lithuania because it was in January. The travel was in January, it was cold. You know the situation that we are near the aggressor countries, and I think so that people a little bit worry about that. But Lithuania has a good opportunity to visit Spain, Greece, or Austria, and or Romania, yes, and to exchange what good practice they have and what good practice they can implement in our Lithuanian business. This is some pictures from participant experience. Yes, really they bring interesting ideas, and we had they have to choose the foreign business who could come here, and we needed to replicate what we did or what we plan to do. And you see that it's January time, that it's really cold, but experience was good. Okay, and not all these activities we did as additional. We did online seminars for tourism professionals. From tourism professionals, we have 5 online webinars where we talked about certification, sustainable implementation, and so on. And Susrur learning platform was developed in our website. And because we had not reached 100 participants, we invited or we started the Collaborate open call. And because it was no time to do other activities, we invite companies, tourism service providers to acquire 2 plans. And support was 6,000 euros per SMEs, and they could order specialized consultation services. You see, we developed not just 2 as a digital marketing and sustainable action plan, but other plans, and our participants could choose from Lithuanian or foreign company service providers. We had 36 with different expertise or competence, and we're glad that our Lithuanian providers or foreign providers could get them valuable action plans. Really, what I noticed from this stage, some of participants who wanted to participate in that stage, yes, they asked me, okay, what we have to write in digital marketing plan, or what we write, or what we can ask from providers to do digital technologies innovation, and so on. Really, we needed to talk a lot with business providers, that they understand that service providers who will do the plans, they ask the right question, that they know what the problems and gap they have and can implement. And I am very glad that it was very useful. And our from Utana region, they really happy that they have this plan, because after that, for example, if they choose sustainability action plan, yes, what happened? They can evaluate their situation, yes, and after this situation, they can go forward to acquire the labels, green keys, and so on. I was wondering and happy that some of tourism organizers said we don't need digital marketing plan. I said, why? Because it's advertising. Oh no, we have totally full booked. Usually providers are crying that there is hard to invite guests and so on. And here I heard that people so good provide services that they have all full season, and they saying maybe during the winter time we stopped a little bit to relax. Wow, I when you think that the small and medium business work hard, they work hard, but usually you worry that the seasonal time is a little bit sometimes bad or something, yes. But when you hear that everything is full booked, you understand that, oh my God, they did a great job and they know how to serve their guests. Yes, I really have contact with mostly of this participant. I follow them on social media and know what they are doing and how they communicate, what the innovation they implement, and they are, after this project, they was encouraged to share their to share with what they implement with other participants and so on. Before I was invited to this conference, yes, it was asked me to say some challenges of this project. And we talked a little bit, and we know what the challenge is. Yes, but I tried to put some cons and pros, yes. First of all, the most really with whom I, before they started participate, yes, or was as in the events when I presented the project idea and why to participate, usually they asked, do you give us money for physical infrastructure investment? I said no. Yes, it's soft project. It's not investment. Is just learning. Okay, this is that they don't think that sustainability, as was talked with the previous colleagues, that it's a long journey. It's not just today we change something, have electricity, and that's all. No. It's every time we have to follow what we have to change, and so on. Another is language barrier, yes, that some of them don't know language. Another, for example, in Lithuania, in this Utena counties, that there are a lot of good business, but they are not, how to say, they are public. Yeah, they are not the business, they are public, yes. And for example, for them, it will be very good to participate, but the status is not as written in requirements. Another thing that is fragmented governance. Yes, I have in the mind that I participated in region some events, and I know and I hear what the project they suggest for business people that they involved to write some and participate in another project. There are really, I think so that who are working in some remote places, as rural places, they have money in the weather. Just they need to catch it, to write the project, and to take this money and implement. But there are no, we just saying that or inviting them participate, but we are not educate them that they get the reward, what they, not just in financial aspects, but in how to say, in some as philosophy, as they try to change the mind, and we have to educate them that sustainability is not easy to reach. I think so that what you did and what was presented before me, yes, this platform is the best what I can imagine, yes, because when we can evaluate ourselves by these labels, yes, as a business, we can know what we can to change, and we don't need the big consultation or something. We know because we are clever people, yes, we know if we change that, next year we reach this task. And maybe sometimes label is greenwashing, a little, neither what we are doing from the spiritual thing, yes. Okay, and the positive outcome, yes, that it is a stronger collaboration. Who participate in this project, they started to know each other. They learn from each other. If somewhere in one corner of this county started with hiking trips or something, in another place they say, we can do that too, and they are starting to create the trip around the lakes and so on. Really, the place is very nice. About what I am talking about, Utenais, it is the how to say, it's most a lot of lakes around this place, and very green nature. And I think so that what Europe Union did and give the fundings for that as a COSME project is really good practices. That people not just collaborate together, but implement innovation as that. But to know what innovation we can implement, we have to have the information. Yes, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we
have any
questions?
Hello.
Hello.
We have already exchanged a lot on actually similarities and how we could see some collaboration. But what I was thinking, because now what you mentioned, they develop the networks, they get new practices on which kind of tourism products or services they can develop locally and so on. And this is where we come to the question about the funding. If I want to introduce a cycling tours, I need bicycles and so on. And this is also what I see in our case, like a lot of sustainability plans, they include some specific measures to be done, investment in infrastructure and so on, that needs external funding.
Yeah.
And this is where the project runs out and we don't really can support this kind of measures. What are you doing in this case? Are you referring the SMEs towards other opportunities, regional development funds, and whatever could be relevant in that case?
Yes, thank you for your question, a good question. And I know that many things I maybe not told you, but yes, we did the special seminar and invited our providers. What fundings are next, where they can apply and find the financial for their investment. And I know that some of them did that, and now they are planning, for example, to do the for electric cars station, yes, near their homestay, yes. I know that they're starting. For example, I know that some of participants who did the sustainable action plans or digital some plans, they changed something and they would like to apply to the certification. It's a pity that they lose in this part, yes, but I think so that we all are people, yes, and we have to grow. When we are growing, when we are knowing more, we can see what we can change. And I said that really when I participate in some events where was municipality or tourism information or business information centers representatives present them a lot of projects where they can be involved and they reach their goals. Yes, if they need finance for financial infrastructure. Another what we did, yes, we did the same event in Lithuania, and we share our experience, and was the presentation of different professionals who present them to what opportunities are. And I know that, okay, we talked about Europe Union, some labels and certification, but for example, Aukštaitijos National Park, yes, it's really, they have their own certification if you develop your business in sustainable, and some participant did some activity and was awarded as sustainable business in Aukštaitijos National Park, because you know that in national parks we can't do a lot of activities that damage environment and so on. They have to be sustainable. They have no way to behave in different behavior.
Do we have any more questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we are now on our last session for the day, and I would like to welcome Jose Toste from Portugal to present the Azores archipelago certified as a sustainable tourism destination.
So, good afternoon to everyone. First of all, thank you for the chance to be here with you. It's a pleasure for me to share what we have done, and also it's been quite enriching, and I also take some ideas from here and from the things, all the good practices that you have shared. I also have this pleasure to say that I can take also good ideas to try to implement there. It's been a very useful day here today. So I don't know what's worse, if it's to start a conference or to finish it, but I hope you still have this last time to hear me. Well, I'm going to talk a bit about what our approach has been as far as sustainability is concerned. But before that, just to show, tell you a bit about us, where we are. The Azores are, until a decade ago, were not very known. We are a region in the middle of the Atlantic that sometimes it doesn't even appears in the map. So we are more or less about 1,500 kilometers from the mainland Portugal, 4,000 kilometers from America, and we are an autonomous region from Portugal. So, and we are considered also an outermost region in the EU. We have approximately 236,000 residents, and we are an archipelago of 9 islands. So do you have an idea? The distance between the first island and the last island is almost 600 kilometers. So it's quite spread also. So which bring us some challenges as far as management is concerned. But as far as our economy, despite we are in the middle of the Atlantic, our main economy was until a few years ago agriculture, dairy production, and also fisheries, of course. And very recently, in the last decade, tourism has become has had a very important role in the development of the economy of the Azores. So far, the recent studies, it represents already 16% of our GPD. More facts about us. We are UNESCO biosphere reserves. We have 4. 30% of our Azores Sea is designated as a marine protected areas. We have been investing in renewable energies already. Almost 40% of our electricity comes from renewable sources. We have UNESCO World Heritage Sites. We have been working on urban waste because as an island, the waste management is a challenge for us. So it's something that we have also been working quite hard in the last years. As for tourism, we have been developing this sector for almost 20 years, but especially after 2015 was when it really the real developments started, because with the liberalization of the airspace. So until then, only one company could fly to the Azores. Two Portuguese companies, and in 2015 we opened the skies to any company. So, and then it was really an improvement for the tourism sector. As numbers, I don't think it's important to talk now about numbers. You will have the presentation, and then you can see it more closely. And for us, sustainability is something that it's in our DNA. So we have seen that, and regulations have been improving not only in Europe but all over the world. And we believe, as a small region that we are, we can also lead by example, and then work to be a model for bigger and to be scalable for other regions and other countries. Well, I'm not going to talk also about the regulations we have had the chance to listen to this morning, but these are all important regulations that we have been following, and we try to comply with them as much as possible. For us, sustainability is one of our main concerns now. We believe that the future of our region is supported on the choices we make for the future. So, and based on that, especially now talking about tourism, we have developed a plan, the marketing and strategic plan until 2030. And our main focus is to grow, especially in value and quality. And for that, it's based on four pillars, cornerstones: the distribution of tourist flows, because we have, as you saw, we are 9 islands, and the tourism tends to concentrate on the bigger islands, and we need to spread it to all the islands. Improvement of service quality, also a big challenge. The mitigation of seasonality and the improvement of conditions for the stakeholders. So for that, we have been working with local communities, and I'll talk a bit today about the work we've been doing in this area. So we thought that one of the best things we could do was, in fact, to start this certification process around 2017, and there were three, if I'm not wrong, three entities in the market that were certifying destinations, and we opted for the Earth Check because it was really a leading scientific benchmarking certification entity, and it was also credited by GSTC. So we decided to take the process with Earth Check, and then one of our main goals was to start this collaborative process with all the stakeholders and all the local people. The first challenge that we saw was the need to measure, because as was said here today, you can't take decisions if you can't measure, and so this is what was one of our main challenges that we had to overcome, and with this certification was really a process that helped us to do that. So the certification process works on 10 key performance areas: energy efficiency, greenhouse gases emissions, potable water resources, wastewater, ecosystems and biodiversity, transportation, solid waste, society and culture, economy, and territory planning. We reached last year, I don't know if there is a marker here. Yes. Last year, 2024, we reached the first level, the first gold level. It's now a process during 4 more years until we reach the platinum. So it means that we are working on this certification process since 2019, when we started, when was the first year. So every year we have to go through this benchmarking process, this certification, all these 6 steps. We have we have built this destination authority, which is the Azores DMO. We have developed our commitment policies, and these policies are signed by the president of the regional government, so he is aware of these commitments, and this is also something that came through several governments from different parties, which is very important for in a process like this, to have this commitment through all the governments and all the parties, regardless their position, if it's right or left. Then every year we do the benchmarking process. We collect all the data, and here's why I talked. It was a bit difficult in the beginning because we had to collect all the data for all these performance areas, all these key performance areas, and we did it with mainly with the main departments that run these areas. In the beginning, they didn't, in the first years, they all gave the data that we needed, but we had to push them to so it was really hard. Many calls, many emails, please give us, please send us. And nowadays, oh, something happened here. I think I touched with my. No. Well, as I was saying, now after we are already in the 5th, 6th year, and all the departments, they know they have to give us this information to us. So it's already flowing with no yes, I guess now it's working. Then we also have the compliance, and for example, for next week, after sending all this data that we collect yearly to HeartCheck, they send us the benchmark reports where we can compare our evolution with other destinations, and then there is the audition, the local audition, which is next week. We will have the auditor in the Azores during 1 week to visit and to see the work that we've been doing according to what the reports we do. As we said, all these the benchmark, as I said, the benchmark, it's a very important report for us because every year we see what we are improving or not. And for example, this year we are very satisfied that as in the key area waste indicator, waste sent to landfill, it was considered as a best practice. Then there are, of course, the indicators that are above the baseline, and the areas that we need to work and we need to improve, which is the areas below, which are these areas that are below the baseline. For example, when we talk about water consumption, it's not the water quality, because 99% of our water is potable, it's of very good quality. It has the way we manage the water. So because as I told you, agriculture is one of our main sectors, and there is much water that is used in the consumption for the cattle and for the agriculture, and we need to improve the way we use that water. So these are areas that we need to improve. Every year we will have challenges as any other destinations. The governance model is also something that was implemented when we started this process. As I told you, we created the Azores DMO, the Destination Management Organization, to which I belong. And then based on this, there are other groups, the Sustainability Committee that gathers together once a year. Then we are 9 islands, so we created 9 green teams, and these teams are at a social and local level, with people from the local municipality, from ONGs, from private persons that want to belong to these teams and are interested in these teams, and we gather twice a year, where we change our points of view about the main areas, because as 9 islands, sometimes the challenges from one island is different from the other island. There is one island, for example, Graciosa, where the main challenge is the water management, because it's a very flat island, and sometimes it gets affected by the sea salt, and so it's a big issue for them. While, for example, in the smallest island, Corfu Island, the biggest challenge is the waste management. So, and according to each island, we see and we plan then with the government the best strategies to work on these problems. Then we have another group with the entities, with the public entities, which basically what we do is to work on the challenges that we identify on this group here. And then there is the Sustainability Charter of the Azores. This project was created more for the private sector, for the SMEs. This is a photo of the meetings that we do every year with the green teams. Also, from all this process, we have some mandatory documents that we have to update every year, like the risk assessments, the action plan. The action plan is a plan where we have the activities from the green teams and the teams from the government sectors, the activities from the government sectors, where we get all these activities together. We public this plan, and then during the year we follow and we see how far did they implement the actions that were managed, that was planned in the beginning of the year. I told you about the sustainability charter of the Azores. I also brought this here because we have been talking also about the importance and the work with companies, especially the small and medium enterprises. This is a charter that we created so that they start the process of their sustainability journey, the companies that want to do that. And they benefit from free consultancy services, workshop, libraries, resources. They have also a management platform. We also provide forums where we can do networking. We talk with them and we follow their operational efficiency, competitiveness, and also ethical responsibility. This is a way also that to get them prepared for all that's coming out from the EU and all these laws. And then so with this, we help them to prepare for what is already here, it's coming from the EU, so they get prepared for that. Basically, in the first stage, when they joined the charter, there's a phase of knowledge. We try to understand at which stage they are. Then we help them to capacitate about as far as skills and gain access to several tools so they can enhance their work. We help them to set priorities, what they want to do, what to set clear actions and prioritize them. We encourage them also to be active stakeholders and participating and driving in the development of impactful and transformative projects. And then, of course, in the end of all the work they do, it comes the report, because it's essential that they report the work they've been doing in the name of the transparency and accountability. This year, for the first time, we organized the Sustainability Award, where 5 projects, 5 companies were awarded in the Azores. Despite this is mainly this project is managed by the Secretariat of Tourism, but the work we are doing, we are working with all the sectors of the economy, because they are all we are all dependent from one another. So this sustainability award was available to any sectors that wanted to apply for the award. And basically that's it. So what we believe is that we are a living laboratory for sustainable islands. Above all, we want to be an example, and we want to lead by example, which brings us more responsibility. And we believe that the work that we've been doing can be scalable for other regions, for other special coastal regions, which have the same challenges as we are, and then apply what we have been doing and help other regions, other islands to improve for a better future. So I'll be around today, and you have my contacts in case you just need any further information.
Thank you very much. So, do we have any questions? No? Thank you. So now I would like to welcome Aya again to give the final word and to close the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm just wondering how many online viewers we have currently still on board. Okay, so that's great. Thank you for all of you that were with us today during the day. It was a long day, but I think all of you have also learned something. You get inspiration for even more action. We heard in the morning there are upcoming calls on the way that we are also eager to see and uncover which opportunities are in there. And thank you for our online participants as well that actually managed to be part of this conference. Thank you, and see all of you on some other occasions within tourism ecosystem.